life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Welcome to 100 Endgames You Must Know. Over 200 mini videos that our Chessable team edited together, synced with our move trainer, and made it a seamless learning experience. So thanks for watching, happy studying, and enjoy the material.
Ancestors saved and preserved the vast expanses of their native land, from Altai to Ataro, thanks not only to the spearheads and brave spirit, but also to the ability of strategic thinking. In the age of the larger political games and in times of wars, step strategy decided the future of the nation and contributed to the strengthening of borders. Every step taken was another of the common obstacles on the way to a brighter future. Every decision made changed the trajectory of life. This is a game. This is a strategy. The light and dark side of life. This is history. Friendship and rivalry. This is an emotion. Aspiration to the future.
Hello and welcome everybody at the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship in Kazakhstan. This is the last day of the Rapid tournament, and today we're going to know the winner in the open section and also in the women's section. A lot of tension right now in the playing venue, and we're happy to be here in the studio. Grandmaster Alexander Shabalov and Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili.
Thanks, Keti. This is the day when we're going to learn the names of new world champions, one in the open section and the women champion. What are the standings right now? Who are the contenders? Let's take a look.
Let's take a look, and we are starting with the open section. We can see that Magnus Carlsen is the one who is leading the competition alone, 7.5 points. He's a sole leader, but there are 3 players, Vladimir Fedosiev, Norderberg Abdusattorov and Vincent Kmar, chasing him very closely, just a half point behind. And then we have a lot of players with 6.5 and 6 points. All of them have still very good chances to catch up the leaders and get the medal at this competition. Let's take a look now at the women's section.
All right, we see Tanjani, Alexander Goryachkina, and Shri Savita, the real first, like a biggest sensation of this tournament so far, the young Indian girl who's sharing the lead with 2 titans. Let's see if she will be able to maintain her standing today.
That's right. We're going to take a closer look to this segment as well today. And I think now it's time to go to the playing venue and check out how the players are getting ready for the first round. Today, this is day 3 at the Rapid competition. Last day for Rapid. Tomorrow, it will be another tournament. Blitz days for the very last part of the tournament.
Right, there's a lot of players who are the specialists in only one discipline, with Blitz or Rapid, and a lot of people playing in only one of them. So we might see new faces, and it could be a completely different race starting tomorrow. But today is the last day of the Rapid, and everybody get super excited. You see 2 Russian players, Vitigorov and Artemiev. Oh no, it's
Artemiev and Tomaszewski.
Tomaszewski, I'm sorry.
And here we have Sagar, chess-based India. Everything that this guy does for chess in India and in the world is amazing. Alexandra Goryachkina is walking right now towards the board that she's playing. Vincent Kmar is also out there, just had chat with his friends and now getting ready of his game too. Alex, this is the 3rd day of very tough competition.
Right.
And even though that they are very tired at this point, they're still smiling, chatting to each other, and obviously it's a great atmosphere here in Almaty in this playing venue, which has a capacity of 5,000 people to be together in one venue. We're kind of having a lot of space here, and this is very important nowadays. For sure, we need to have a bit more space for the chess players. It's more comfortable indeed. And look at the spectators area. We have today more and more spectators.
Yes, this on a normal day, this is a hockey arena. You can tell by this space and a lot of room for spectators and. Chess players are here today, and let's talk about some notable performances from yesterday. The people for whom yesterday was a good day. All right, and we'll start with Magnus, who was leading before yesterday and scored 3 out of 4. Just made 2 draws.
Is that Magnus Carlsen walking right now? No, it was not. I think it was Artemiev. Magnus is missing for the moment. I think he will arrive soon. This is Richard Rapports. He's not having the best tournament right now, but Blitz is ahead of him. And look at this small chat and laughing before the round. Yeah. You need to brace some eyes.
He's relaxed. Yes. He knows that he's probably out of contending for this one, but he's going to have fun. He might have an impact on the final standings, and it's going to be fun.
That's right. Now we can see ladies section, and most of our viewers can recognize Elizabeth Patz representing Germany, and her opponent is Charochkina Daria, and this is another Russian player with a new hairstyle.
Paulina Shabalov.
Yes.
There we go. See this haircut? Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, I think that was made for this event, especially for this event, before this event. So we have, of course, photographers out there in the playing venue, and we do have a lot of brilliant shots. So guys, check it out, FIDE platforms and the websites, and also social media. You're going to find a lot of incredible shots.
Yeah, for a lot of these players, whatever they feel about their performance, it might be different from what we see in the tournament standings. So this morning, when I went to Spar, I met Fabi, yeah, and out there, and I remember we barely were talking about Fabi these days, right?
Yes.
So I assumed like he's not having a good tournament, and I was like, Fabi, the things aren't going according to like what you probably and. As I was saying this, I remember the guys playing on board too, and I was, oh my god! And the Fabi gave me this look that you normally give to people who just said
we want
incredibly
more and
stupid.
more from everyone. But
and he just
doing
said through his teeth, he said, I have +3. And I was like, and I said, is it good? Well, he said, okay, if I win my next one, this is good. Okay.
Nice part-time chat with Fabi. Indeed, here we have more and more players on the camera. David Anton, Spanish team member and very strong chess player right now.
Is that Giga sitting back to
1 minute to start before the next round, and Hikaru Nakamura on the camera. We miss him. We want him to be on the top board, so we're gonna have more possibility to cover his games, and obviously we miss his impressions.
Yeah, well, it's hard for Hikaru here. 4 draws yesterday. Of course, it's hard to play when you got like a target, and everyone tries to show his best chess when he's playing you. It's tough. So hopefully Hikaru will be able to break through today, and we'll see him among the leaders.
Right, and here we have Katerina.
Or his girlfriend. It's one of the matchups that we'll be following closely today. He plays the young Russian Murzin. Okay, probably the oldest participant of this tournament, playing against one of the brightest rising stars.
Maybe the match of the round. Sarah now on the camera trying to start the clock. His opponent, I think, is not on the board, and that's the rule to start the clock, or arbiter will start the clock for you. You can't really wait for your opponent when someone is missing. Let's take a look about on the Magnus game. Where is Magnus Carlsen? He's playing right now against Kmar Vincent, and he just arrived. He's late. He just adjusting the pieces and goes 1 c4.
C4, knight f6. Those guys had like all night to prepare, and we should not expect like a long thinking, long reflection. Okay, this is Catalan. D takes c4 immediately, and now Magnus is thinking bishop g2. Everything is very, very standard up to this point. c6, not your not the main move. Let's put it this way, but a very fashionable line recently, and Magnus is thinking.
I like how he's taking his time at this moment when he sees something new. He just takes his time to regroup his thoughts. Probably he was not waiting for this move to be played according to the preparation. And he goes knight to e5 right away, attacking the pawn on c4. And after the check, we have bishop to d2 and kind of have this maneuvering that is very usually in Catalan system.
Yeah, but take a note of speed with which Vincent playing his moves. Totally in his preparation right now, his prep, and the pressure is on Magnus. Magnus knows that he was unable to surprise Vincent. And did he play a move? Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he did.
I think Vincent got the information about how Georgian chess player Giga Huparadze speed off against Magnus Carlsen. But by the way, about that information, there was a huge story going on in Georgian chess right now, as Fide posted about some quotes that we were mentioning at the commentary, and there was one funny post about this, that Magnus Carlsen beat Georgian, a legend in speed chess. And then, of course, Georgians like that idea, and there's a big celebration right now in Georgian chess. I really wish to have Giga once again on the platform, on the top boards.
Absolutely! He's such a funny personality and fun to watch, and also he's a strong player. Just don't forget that little part. Okay. Magnus is thinking. I'm sure he saw this position more than once, and just tries to remember it. That look is saying that he's not really thinking, he's just trying to remember the line. And
right. The decision should be made either to capture this knight on f6 to gain some tempo. He does that. He doesn't want to give an opportunity black to guard the pawn on c4 in one way or another, and he takes this knight on f6.
Bishop took.
And
probably knight c3 will be followed.
I was actually thinking maybe knight c4 was his idea to do this right away. But it is a bit suspicious to me that he's giving up the dark square bishop for the knight.
Yeah, position looks pretty safe for black. I don't know. We'll see some magic from Magnus here. I can't read what's going on. It's a surprise for him, or just
Knight to
a3.
a3.
Okay. So we know why this move was played, where it goes. But queen a5 is possible now, and white will have a tough choice whether to go into the endgame after queen d2 or play king f1. The both moves are looking very, very interesting.
Alex, I was wondering what happens after bishop e5, pawn takes e5, and queen a5 after that, as pawn on e5 will be hanging.
That's right. I think the same queen d2 or king f1. The both moves are looking very reasonable. But one thing is for sure, knight a3 is a novelty. It is something that Vincent did not
consider
it in his preparation. So we see him started thinking.
He's a bit confused. He feels like maybe this is not the most accurate move, but it's a Magnus Carlsen, you know.
He knows that. That's the real problem. He knows that knight a3 was not on a list of, let's say, top 3 moves in this position. So he knows there is some kind of not a refutation, but something that gives black a really good play. He just doesn't know what it is.
It's for time. We see him very concentrated, trying to put his hands on head and be very, very much into the game to understand what is going on. There is one way to go queen a5 check. There is another way, bishop to e5. And how about just castle here and play with
absolutely castle or knight d7, the normal developing moves. That everything looked very, very reasonable for him. Sure, that I'm sure we are going to look very interesting, very complicated game. All right, can we just move on and take a look?
Yeah, let's move on. Before we move on, there's one last idea that might be something that Vincent is considering. How about c3, b takes c3, and then queen a5 to attack knight and the pawn at the same time? It's not winning the material because there's queen b3 possibility, but then you can take e5 pawn. So.
There's a lot of options for black in this position, and Vincent's taking his time. All right. Board 2. Let's go there. and it's a Fabi versus Vladimir Fedoseev, who's maintaining his spot among the leaders for a second day in a row, or for a third. We're in the third day, right?
Third day, yeah. It's already third day.
Okay, here we go. And wow, look what an unusual position. And Fabi in 13 minutes, he's thinking. Queen a3, Fedoseev spent no time. The position is known for him. He's a pawn up. But Fabi's bishops in development looks great. That's something like g4 right now. Followed by king g2, looks absolutely reasonable, and white has initiative.
That's right. Even though the white has lost the right to castle, as king is already on f1, this king seems to me a bit safer than black's king, because white has this potential idea to play g4, king g2 to hide his king over there, and black needs more time to castle on the short side. And even if you castle, then you know that you will be under some pressure on the king side with g5 and h4 and so on and so on.
Yes, I want you to take a look at the last move by black, Queen a3, that came without spending any time. It just only tells us that Fedoseev the following the analysis, because you cannot play this move like without giving it at least a little bit of thought. It's so counterintuitive that Queen is not under attack, right? And you want to castle as soon as possible, and then you play in Queen a3. You either know it or...
Oh, yes. That's a bit odd move, because, yeah, why would you voluntarily move the queen away when it's not hanging and when your king is still not castled?
Well, anyways, the next board is a defending champion, Nordic Abdusatorov versus Yulian Yi. Also, the two super contenders that I even predicting that one of those guys will be in medals. Okay?
Yes.
We just don't know who.
We just don't know who, but we're behind 4 rounds to know the winner of the competition. So let's take a look at the third board, where Abdusatorov is facing his next opponent, Yu Young-gi. Abdusatorov is having a great tournament, and his rating performance yesterday was 2900, which is not happening every day. And Yu Young-gi also, on the other hand, is just having a very nice performance. Have lost only one game against Vincent Kamar, and rest of the games he was scoring a point.
Yes, Yu Young-gi is someone who actually stopped the run of Hans Niemann yesterday, beat him in round 9, and that's why he's playing so far right now. Yu Young-gi, his opponent, another back, Abdusatorov, beat Duda and Nipo, drew Fedoseev on Dubov. Not bad for one day, right?
Yeah, not bad at all. Shall we go to the third board? All right, so Abdusatorov with white pieces, Yu Young-gi with black. We have here.
I would never guess the opening. Can you guess it without looking at the notation?
Okay, I don't know the notation right now. I would go with Benoni when you develop bishop from e7.
Yeah, that's something that you would expect. It's a Petrov. It's absolutely incredible how you can get this position from the Petrov, like d5, and okay, up to this point it's all well known. There we go. c5. Is it something new?
That's a very ambitious move.
And d5. Okay, so this is
breaking the center of white.
Yeah, it's a sort of a Benoni formation. Also reminds me of a Sveshnikov variation a little bit. Kind of unusual.
Some kind of King's Indian too. If the pawn is on g6, you have sometimes this kind of structure in the center, but the pawn on d6 is missing. So Alex, it's actually this game shows that you should know the pawn structure better than the opening lines, because
Absolutely
you might
correct.
start from e4 and go to the positions of d4, in fact.
Yeah, knowing the pawn structure is more important than knowing specific lines. Every coach knows that, and we'll see. Everything depends on whether or not Black will be able to bring the knight to d6. If that happens, okay, that's a Nimzo knight on d6 will stabilize the Black's position. Or White's two bishop might come into the play after like b4 or g4. That will be very, very interesting strategic battle ahead of us. Looks like all three top games do not disappoint. That we opt for a very exciting round.
Not at all. I think it's now time to switch to the women's section and check it out what is happening on the first board, where Tan Zhongyi and Alexander Gorychkin are facing each other 2 weeks later, as they have already faced each other in the finals of the Candidates Tournament Pool B. And in that match, Tan Zhongyi won very nicely, not even given a chance in the classical portion of the match, not even give a chance to go to the rapid portion of the tournament.
This was absolutely unbelievable run for a Chinese player who beat 3 top Russians in a row. Nobody thought it was possible, but not only she did it, but she did it in style. She did it in showing brilliant chess, and for good reason she became.
Yes, and the first round she had to go to the tie breaks and play in the rapid segment, and she played very fast in that portion. And when the journalist asked about the speed that she was playing so fast, she said, "Yeah, it's rapid. You have to play fast." But she was really playing very fast compared to the opponent, and we can see her here at this tournament being leader already for 2 days in a row, and today, the last day, she's playing on the first board. This game is very personal for both of the players.
Oh, you can tell. Look at this concentration on Alexander's face, and oh my God, we're gonna see a lot of fire here. Okay, but at the moment, I believe the white should be slightly better because it has more space and more active pieces. So. All right. Well, what do we have on board 2? Where, like I said, the biggest sensation of both tournaments so far, Sri Savita, from a young player from India, is playing the superstar from Kazakhstan, Jansaya Abdulmalik.
Yeah, let's switch to the second board of the women section, and we can also have a camera view of that, and take a look what is happening in that board. Yeah, okay, we already have a camera over here. We can see ladies on the screen. Jansaya is a superhero of her country, and she brought a lot of medals. She brought a lot of honor to the country.
Yeah, she really made the game popular and in the country. Every time the team of Kazakhstan meets the president, for example, the Jansaya is always on the forefront of all the photos there. I would say she's a face of Kazakh chess right now too.
It is true. She's first-rated player, holding rating 24. 48 right now, and another information I'm sure our viewers know, she also owns the chess academy in this town, in Almaty, and she is supporting young players to learn chess and to compete the tournaments. And this year they organized first tournament for the norm, and she is also playing chess at the professional level and organizing some of the chess activities for her academy. Besides that, Alex, she is a member of the youth parliament.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's very, very active. She's
Is that a governing body in Kazakhstan? The
Yes,
young
yes.
professionals, like something like
She was very active last years, and then she got invited, as I know, and now she's very busy, let's say so. And besides that she's doing a lot of work, she is still playing chess at the best level. We can see that at this point.
the line that I familiar quite a lot. That Richter Rouser system, I'm playing it a lot on both sides of the board. And slightly new concept for black, playing knight c4, and after white captures to take it with a pawn. I didn't see that too much, and I think Jansaya right now is... she played, the last move was knight to d4, and if white will be able to put the pawn on c3, then knight f4 will become a positional threat that will be hard to meet. So, tough moment for a young Indian player here. She needs, like, the next two moves should be super, super energetic, and queen b7, that's what she does, attacking pawn on e4. Looks very, very logical to me. All right.
Yep. Very interesting position. I think it's going to get a little bit sharp. Talking about Abdulmalik, she has a hobby, and that is boxing. You would be surprised, but she's sharing a lot of videos on her personal Instagram of the trainings of box.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yes.
So the chess and box combination is kind of getting a lot of popularity lately.
Watch out, girls. She's very strong already on both competition.
Box is one of the national sports here in Kazakhstan. They traditionally have the very strong boxing school.
Right.
There are a lot of Olympic champions, and it's no surprise she chose it.
As we have this pleasure to have her on the screen and the top boards. First time in this tournament as she lost the first round, and it took her some time to get on the top boards. Last information about her, it's good to know that besides all these activities she's doing, she's also a student of the Innovative Technical College where she's studying computer programming.
Okay, the future IT specialist. Okay, who would have thought?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So on the background, we see Valentina Gunina playing Hampi Koneru, and it would be nice if, well, actually, we can just simply jump to the position on the board, and let's see what's going on here. Typical hanging pawns formation, and it's a little unusual that black took their rooks away from the central squares on a8 and b8. You won't see it every day, but black has a lot of counterplay, and I'd say I prefer black in this position. I like how dynamic black are. To d4 might become in c4, fixing pawn on b2. I think opening-wise, it didn't go that well for white here.
Yeah, the positions where white is missing the center, the pawn center, usually goes not so well for white, and black has these pawns, hanging pawns in the center, and very often we're asking the question, is that strength or weakness? But Alex, I would agree with you that these pawns actually are taking a lot of space from white's pieces, and black has just very good position.
Yes, and if you want to be a strong player, play in modern tournament, you should be able to play this position well on both sides. Right. With and against hanging pawns, and same goes to isolated pawns and like all other typical structures. And, well, Valentina takes her time right now. She knows she's in slight trouble, and next move might be really important.
That's right. Valentina is the player who has not made a draw so far after 8 rounds. She won first 4 games in a row, then she lost 2 in a row, and then she won again 2 in a row. And in this round last day of the rapid segment. Let's see how she starts, because seems like if she starts with a win, she continues to win all the games.
Exactly. She's a streaky player. If she wins, she wins. If she loses, she loses. And I remember that I've always been the same way. And that was my worst, actually. It's kind of a thing that a lot of my coaches were struggling with, that I was such a streaky player. And this...
Well, yeah, my coach was about that topic. I also was going all in most of the games, and my coach, my coach, told me that draw is also a result, and it's a half point. So take it.
Yeah, there is a theory that there are two positive results in chess, right, and only one negative. And I know it didn't work for me. For example, I'm sure it's the same way for you, right? Either you win or you don't care. So.
Chess players are so ambitious. Alex, I'm thinking it's time to go back in the game of Magnus Carlsen. They are playing very fast, and
they're already on move 22. Yeah, there's a lot of things happened since we left this game. Let's get back, and wow, it's a deep end game right now. And well, you can tell the white has a space advantage and started putting up a lot of pressure on the black's queen side. I don't like it for Vincent. Black is very, very passive here. But two bishops, okay.
Yeah, remember on the move 9, Magnus Carlsen gave up the dark square bishop, and that was a little bit suspicious for me personally to give up the perf bishop at this point when you could still save it. But he had this strategical thought, because now we go in the current position where he just played another pawn on the dark squares. His idea, in fact, was to keep 2 knights and to close the position, to put the pawns on the dark squares, and he doesn't need the dark square bishop in that case.
That's absolutely correct, yes. This is one of the most well-known rules in chess. It's called Capablanca rule, that you put in all your pawns on a color opposite to your bishop. So take a look at this. Light square bishop on f3, and all the white pawns except for one are on the dark squares. So what are the top players are good at? They're good at following the rules, okay? And I have another word for it, which is a discipline, okay?
Yes. The light square bishop is having great life on the board, and Magnus Carlsen has a slightly better position. He likes to get very, very small advantage on the board. Some players might not even consider that an advantage, then tries to overplay the opponent. Look at the time situation, though. He has 9 minutes, and Vincent has 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, Magnus definitely is having time of his life here in Almaty. You can tell that he plays very inspirational chess. He likes here. He likes it to go to the mountain. He gives absolutely revealing press conferences. And the last one, by the way, when he was asked how to become a world champion, I really like his answers. He said, to become a world champion, you have to beat the world champion. Okay, and then my sounds like pretty innocent answer, but if you think about it, all right, if you think about it.
Wait, there's hidden something in it. So he's a current world champion, and he withdrew from the tournament.
Exactly. Is he saying that the upcoming match would mean nothing?
Yes.
So, okay.
He's very tricky. He has, also, this is his style of playing chess. You don't understand what he's doing unless we have 40 moves played, and then you understand, okay, that's why he did this. So he's very smart also, and his answers are something that you can understand some months later what he really meant.
Yeah, do you think he changed his mind about not playing it, regretting it now?
I don't think so. People regret on these decisions, because he's very to make such a decision. Also, he gave a lot of thoughts in it. And when he made this decision, there's no time, there's no room to regret. You have to focus for the next goals, right?
Yeah, I mean, seeing him right now, like having so much fun, and that he's doing something that he really enjoying it. And we know that the World Championship matches is a completely opposite piece of cake. You need to basically exclude yourself from life for 8-9 months, and he probably just started of it. Okay, he did it so many times, maintaining the chess crown. That why is that? Okay, and I don't know if you know this famous Japanese saying that goes like, there's only two kind of fools in the world, which is those who were playing against Magnus. It's not.
Yeah, I agree with that. Magnus plays knight to b4, and this doesn't seem like the square for the knight. However, he has two ideas. Either he is planning to play a6 and undermines c6 square, or he might also consider some point to play d5 and just blow up the center. He has two rooks already concentrated in the c and d file. All the pieces are very active, and after d5, after some changes, he might be ready to get 7th rank for the rook.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. I can't even tell which of the threats is more deadly, a6 or d5. They're both looking pretty good for white. Maybe a6, knight takes a6 leads to more exchanges and giving black more chances to hold. But d5 looks very scary. I know. Vincent has to find a way to neutralize this.
Right. Another idea to even improve this d5 plan is to play first g4, f5 to get rid of e6 square. g4 we need that to support f5 with g pawn, not with e pawn, and then you can play d5 with all the
absolutely
comforts.
correct. The white is absolutely in no rush situation. G4, h4, maybe even g5 is a possibility to open up the second front on a king side and before finally breaking in through the center. So Magnus really loves this position when he can do things on one side and the other, Yep. Vincent might look cool at the moment, but he knows it's not going to be it's not going to be a lot of fun. Okay. All right. So let's move on. Take a look at the Fabi versus Fedoseev. They are at move 21. The game is not moving us. Oh wow! What's going on here?
Oh, look at this. Fabi actually played g4 as we were talking earlier, and king g2, and then he pushed the h4 pawn right away. Is that exchange sacrifice or was exchange blunder? We don't really know what happened.
Position on the board looks like loss for black. I don't know what happened here. Did he blunder something? Okay, let's go back where we left this game. And we left it after black played queen a3. So what happens after that? Rook b1, knight b6, queen c2. The Fabi calmly just increased the pressure. King goes to g2. Everything as predicted. Knight moves to... And he uses his pieces in the center like a shield to launch the pawn storm, and this is a classical use of the center, that you're not allowing a defender to exchange attacking pieces. And looks like it worked fine, but still, what did Vladimir miss? Because the position we have right now looks completely lost for him. Rook takes b6. Whoa, check the... Oh,
there was a blunder.
Wow, that's too simple.
Oh, okay. That was actually a blunder.
So knight e4 was a huge blunder here. Oh my. Okay. That's the pity. Yeah.
Wow, that was unfortunate blunder for Fedoseev. You don't want to start a day like this. Like if it's a last round of a day, you might say that you were tired and you blundered, but start the day like this. That's not
Maybe
good
he
news.
did not miss the initial rook takes b6. Maybe he missed that after bishop takes e5. White, actually, what did he miss? Why didn't he play?
Rook
Oh,
b3.
rook b3,
Yeah,
of course.
intermediate move, and then you take on his e5.
Maybe that was the miss. Okay,
Yeah.
just rook b3. So he had to take back on b6, and after knight c4, not only white has a material advantage, but also an attack is going on. So here I'm a little surprised the Fabi didn't simply defend the pawn on g4. So he took on f8, but no, it's completely winning. Black only has 2 pawns, and bunch of them are weak pawns. So
You see, Spa talking with Caruana motivated him to play and
Yeah.
win more and more. Well
So-
done, Alex.
So we know, according to Fabi, the things are going well for him so far. And is it going to be a Fabi versus Magnus next?
Let's go. Everybody wants to see that part indeed.
Yeah, that would be an early culmination of the tournament. It's 2 rounds before the end of it. It's like, this game is over. Let's move
Alex,
on.
I would like to suggest a game between Anish Giri and Daniel Dubois. These 2 names already promising a really, really nice game. So let's get in there and look at the current position.
Another wild battle. What is the opening where you can get this?
We can go at the point where some complications started. That's move 14, and we can take over from this moment.
All right.
When Black played rook b1, attacking b2 pawn, and after b3, Black went for rook to b4. You have to somehow take care of your pawn on d4, right? Because now bishop d4 is hanging, and guess what Giri is doing here? He's ignoring that, and he plays king to f2.
Yeah, f2. Okay. And this is really provoking your opponent. Not only rook takes d4 is in the air, but f5, that's what he did. So he takes another pawn.
Yes, but about this king f2 looks a little bit odd move and too strange. But his idea, in fact, was if Black takes the pawn on d4, he will trade everything, and then g4, king g3 will trap the bishop out there. I think we have to trade queens here.
Yeah, otherwise it's queen d2, but that doesn't look that good. Okay.
Yeah,
so
it doesn't look good. Maybe rook d4, and here white just moves the queen away, like queen e2.
Queen
Queen
here.
c2, yes.
c2. Oh yeah, bishop's controlling all the squares, and why not? Rook d1 is coming. King on f2 is standing great. Yep, so rook takes d4 would be just a false alarm. And Daniel decided against it. They played f5 and then f4. Looks like inspirational, but...
Hold on, how about this bb5?
So it's not enough to be... how many pawns down? 2 at the moment, right?
Yes.
So let's give another 2, just
Amazing.
to make things interesting. Takes and e5. All right.
Amazing.
But still, it's going to be 4 pawns up, and it just 4 pawns for just 1 check on h4. Is that
This is not the over, actually. It got so wild. Let's take a look what happened. After e5,
Okay.
d takes e5, queen h4 check. King goes on g1, and look at this. Rook b4 to f4. He woke up violence this morning, and he's sacrificing all possible pieces.
Okay. That clearly has a lot of energy,
Yes.
Daniel. The only
His
question
idea
is
was,
if it's going to work or not. Okay, so white is under threat of a checkmate in 1, so he has to be very careful. Queen e4.
Yeah, why he sacrificed the rook on f4 for a pawn, actually?
He needs a dark square bishop because the white's dark square bishop control all the dark squares. It's a key piece. So for that one, just a rook is a small price to pay. Okay, so that was necessary, and like when you 4 pawns down, I mean, you don't care anymore, right? It's just like you just need a tempo moves and attack.
Yeah.
I only remember being once 4 points down, and that was at the Olympiad in 2004. The U.S. was playing Ukraine. I was playing Volokitin, and by the move, I think 14, I went 4 points down in Sveshnikov variation.
Ooh,
and
sharp.
Everybody, the whole I mean, this Olympiad, you would imagine there's two teams are playing, but when I went 4 points down and it moved 14, all other boards just stopped playing. They're just sitting there and just watching us to play. Yeah,
that's right. That's what we're doing right now. We're watching Dubov doing his thing.
And Volokitin is he's a very fast player. And when they played fast, the team assumed he knows everything. He 4 points up, so he's winning. And then at some point he stopped and started thinking, and they realized, oh no, that's probably something is wrong. That was absolutely wild game that ended up in a draw, and I wonder if we're going to have the same here. So let's see how it went from this point on. King f2, another rook goes to f4, check, king on e3. Yeah, neither player is going to take a prisoner here. Rook f8. Yeah, back rank needs to be controlled. Probably rook.
His rook is already on the 8th rank. I see right now the engine line for a second that rook f5 was the first option of the computer as it attacked the pawn on e5.
Instead of rook f8?
Rook f8, yes.
Right here.
Rook f5 was the first line of the computer.
Oh, and it looks so good.
Yeah, it looks pretty, but you cannot really judge because back rank is pretty weak here for black, and he went rook f8 to make sure that he's not missing anything.
That'd be a winning from black?
It is. It is winning.
Oh,
and
wow. If white survive this game,
yes.
that will be a moment for it,
Yeah, let's use this opportunity, as I can see now, the engine evaluation. Rook f5 was keeping black in a winning position. Rook f8 would give some chances for white as the evaluation drops down and equalizes the position. However, how would you imagine that king on c4
still looks pretty dangerous. How about bishop e6? You have to go king b5. Oh my, okay. If white can survive this, that would be a miracle.
Giri on a run with his king. Will he survive? We don't know. We're going to know very soon about that.
If he survived this, it's going to be against all the laws of chess, because the bare king is under attack of 4 powerful black pieces. The body language says he's not really.
This might be the best game of
so far, yeah. If Daniel pulls it out, it's the game of the tournament so far. No questions about it. And
yes, so far we have seen so many great games, and last 2 rounds I didn't know which one was my favorite when I've been asked which one. It was the best game, but today this is going to be my favorite for sure. Great game of Daniel Dubov.
Look at the time situations. Anish was just down to 8 seconds. Now he's a little bit more. And what's going on?
Bishop to b3. Can we zoom fully with the camera so we can see more of the games? There we go. And
no, we're not leaving this game. I mean,
no. This game. Handshake. No, we just got closer. And Anish Giri resigned.
And Anish obviously super upset, but see how professional he is. Okay.
Look at their talk.
Do you know which language they're using?
Russian. Anish speaks perfect Russian. It's his family language, as his mother is Russian. So obviously they speak Russian right now. We can see that Anish wants to know more about the opening, because obviously this was a great preparation of Daniel Dubov. We don't know how much actually Daniel is telling here.
Absolutely brilliant game. It's first round, and we already see something like this. Oh my. Okay.
very interesting insights might be the preparation here, as Giri has played already very similar opening against Arjun yesterday. And these guys are super fast with their super fast computers. Remember this two bishop versus two bishop position?
Yes.
Very similar against Arjun. Giri played this. I think Dubo found this a little bit odd and some kind of weakness in the position of Giri. And today he knew that he will play against Giri. He prepared this line, and look at this, what happened to him.
Yeah.
Amazing.
We can replay this game over and over again. It's just like,
Right.
it's
Yeah, I think Giri will never play this opening with
pretty
white
brilliant.
pieces.
Okay, well, Fabi just beat Vladimir Fedoseev as been expected, but Magnus pulled it out against Vincent. Let's see. Let's go back to this game where we left it after knight to b4. And there we go. So what happened is just king e7, e5. So no need to go
No, d5, no f5. He goes with e5.
Yep, something. I think he was aiming for a6 on the next move. That's why knight d5 was almost forced, and then.
This is a dream position for all the players to have knight versus this bishop.
It's typical French formation right now with a dominating knight versus bad bishop on e8. And yeah, no wonder. I mean, we know that Vincent is much stronger player when he holds the initiative. So you can only question the opening choice and why would he go into this pretty grim endgame? I don't know. Not against Magnus, maybe against someone else who would have he would stand a chance, but not against Magnus.
Right. Let's now move on from this board and go to the live game that we have right now. Arjun with black pieces against Artemiev. Let's take a look at the position. Oh, this is next other position.
There we go. Yes. Rook ending. Equal pawn. White probably is holding some positional advantage here because black has a lot of weak pawns he needs to defend. But the pawns are equal, and this is why it looks like a draw is most likely a result here. Right, just white goes f4, black rook goes back to e6. Still, black is not completely off the hook here. So Artemiev is going to press, and we'll see if young Indian star will be able to defend this position.
Right, he started really nicely, Arjun. He had 4 out of 4 in a row, and then he started to shake a little bit the tournament, and let's see what the third day brings to him. Shall we go back very quickly to Abdusattorov and Yu Yanggi, as this is another game of the leaders?
This game ended in a draw. It was not too much of excitement. Like we discussed, everything was depending whether or not the knight will be going to d6. And let's see. Okay, now that pawn left d5, knight doesn't have to go there. So they just locked it up. It's like an invitation for a draw right there. And both sides were happy with a draw. Okay, well.
Okay, so I think we have to focus on the live games, what we have right now. And is this the only live game we have?
No, I see Nihal Sarin versus Jan Krzysztof Duda and Shak versus Tsidippov. This might be an interesting one because of the different playing styles of... oh, wow.
We do have first, the game ended Gunina Conor Hampi, and we can see that the king is only 5 for black, which means that black won this game.
But position is completely equal.
I don't think we have the final position. Can we zoom, please, the camera? It might be timeout.
She
It might
lost some
be.
time.
You don't know,
Because
maybe?
position is just a draw, like would be 2 next move. And
All right, that's a bit of mystery.
yeah, it's a mystery what happened in this game. As anyone can actually
This
find
is the
out.
maximum what we can see, and it seems some no. It doesn't look like it was a timeout. All right. Anyways, we might get some information later on what has happened. But let's go. What we have right now still live. Either let's get to the Shaq's camera or one of the live boards. What we have. I think our producers are working on that.
All right. I'm just checking out if there is more interesting game. And by the way, Boris Gelfand versus Murzin. What's the result of that one? Was a draw. So the young Russian player just held this black pieces against one of the greatest chess players in the history, Boris Gelfand. Well done. What can you say? That's
Right. Shall we get the game of Shahriar Mamedov on the
Shaq
screen?
versus.
Yeah. Okay, we have it.
There we go. Versus Jamsaran Tsudipov. And who's pressing?
Is it queen for white? Black's queen is missing off the board, so it means that black has knight and the rook for a queen. That seems very promising for Shahriar Mamedov. Although all black's pieces are holding right now each other, rook on a3 is a bit loose. Can he use this moment to get the knight somehow closer to black's king and try to checkmate? Or actually his last move was knight to c3. I think he's trying to trap the rook on a3 somehow.
Yes, I would just simply exclude it from the game for at least a couple moves, so the white queen can win the pawn on b6, and then a pawn should decide the game. All right. Well, still, I think position is absolutely unclear.
He's going for queen e6. He wants to take the pawn on b6. As Alex just mentioned, he wants to push the a pawn forward, knight to e4.
No, Shaq decides that he wants to checkmate black king. He abandons any idea of like a playing the endgame, and now he's all in. Either he checkmates black, or I think white is worse. Let's stay with this game for a while, because
looks like a very exciting game. If Shaq can convert this, still few minutes on the clock. Time can play a huge role in the game. 28 seconds for Shahriar and 1 minute for his opponent.
So white attacks the pawn on g5, and Jamsaran needs to find like a way to knight f3. Okay, so tactical way to defend it. He wants to go knight d4. It's the fork. Shaq not gonna miss it, but what do you do? Queen c8 check, king g7 quickly, and queen takes c4. Okay, this is pretty logical. And what's going on now?
Oh, he took his badge off.
Yes. What's the time situation? 35 seconds, and Jamsaran down to last minute. He tries to find a way to generate like threats, which is not easy. But I would say that the knight should go back to e5, and he needs to start pushing f pawn, because that's his only chance.
That what he's doing, he played knight f7 to e5.
Yeah, well, that's still like why blocking your passer? Like knight on f7 was not Okay, well, that's
He's doing that.
that's an explanation why he's doing it. The king can defend itself. Look at this cluster of pieces defending each other. And if somehow black will be able to kick this knight from e4 and black king reaches g3, oh well, but now white also has a pawn.
If a pawn is off the board, I think black has very good position, and a pawn is the game changer. Queen a7 has been played. There is a checkmate threat in one move. Black has to watch out. Queen h7 is coming, and king h4 was anyway checkmate, so he decided king h6, and at this point, white has very least repetition, but there is not going to happen. Shahir will try to find here some way to convert the position. He's repeating.
Wow, that's surprising.
I think he wants to play queen b7 now, not to be in front of the... He's repeating!
Oh no, he just gets some time. Yeah, like I'm sure it's...
I was thinking queen b7 would be his choice to open up the road for the a-pawn and then push a5, but no. This is 2 times repetition. 10 seconds on the board. 9, 8.
Come on.
Countdown.
Repeat it.
4.
Oh, no. Okay.
Whoa, that's
all
an
right.
odd check.
No, he can still play queen a7. But if he does, it's a draw, right?
7 seconds. So
7
10,
seconds, 6.
5. Shak, you have to make a move. 2 seconds. This is 3-time repetition. Oh my God.
So Jamsaran is not going to let it go. He's just,
No way.
I'm not sure white is better. I mean, well done, Jamsaran. Pretty tough game. I mean,
it is pretty tough. Shak looks a little bit upset. I think he could still
looks
try.
very disappointing. Extra queen, right? I mean, he knows that on good day he would convert it without too much trouble.
Right, Alex. We have now the final board. He's absolutely not happy. I think he just missed that it was 3 times repetition. But why not queen b7 and give these checks? Still win some time, but from different squares, not b6 and a7.
That's right. I think I was afraid of black starting checking here. It was knight d4, and the 2 knights and the rook and the pawn might be dangerous. So.
This game actually was very interesting, Mamedirov and Sidrupov. But let's now focus on the live game, Naka versus Indic. What is going on?
Naka is down a pawn, even though it's a powerful a5 pawn. I'm sure he's on defensive, and Indic is not going to let it go easily.
Oh, no, he's very, very top off, and one of the very strong grandmaster. We were talking about him yesterday a lot. Is there a way that... Okay, first of all, is Hikaru plays here for a win or for a draw?
No, Hikaru's not playing for a win. You can tell by...
he's so
by
not
his,
happy.
shaking his head. No, but... You see, Indic abandons pawn on c6. Oh, white cannot take it on c6. Yeah, it's obvious tactics because of rook b2. And what it means is that black will be able to activate... Is Naka down to last seconds? Why he's moving so fast?
He has very few time on the clock, 20 seconds, I think. Right now, he gained some time, 42 seconds. While his opponent has 1 minute on the clock. Yeah.
Okay, I think black has no losing chances here, so it's pretty obvious, but I don't think the decision to exchange his active rook was correct for black. He's playing safe, but, it's no time to play safe. It's the last day. Okay, 3 more rounds, and the tournament is over. You got to take a risk.
You have to take a risk in it. I was just thinking that the spectators and Hikaru's fans, that he has thousands of it, I think would be more happy when Blitz tournament starts, because he's extremely fast. His speed is more visible in that portion of the tournament. Indich activated the king in the center. The question is he bringing the king on d3 and then tries to push c5, c4? Because he also has a pass pawn, which for now it's not that strong as white's pawn.
Yes, his king is supposed to support the c pawn, and if black pawn reaches c3, the game will be over. I don't understand what Indich is doing.
I think he's just very careful, which sometimes don't bring points.
He had a chance to push the pawn forward, and he's not like he missed it. He did it intentionally. So maybe he's trying to get a little bit more time, and then.
That's right. So knight to f5. He wanted to move this knight to the other side of the board. Knight f5 now attacks the pawn on g3. Although this bishop on e1 is already guarding 2 pawns, g3 and a5, I don't think white will worry about this pawn. But now the question is, maybe his idea was to bring the knight on d4 with a check, to centralize the knight, and then at some point to start to push the c pawn.
Yes, this is very interesting rearrangement of pieces. Knight on f5 also protects g7, so black doesn't have to worry about defending his own pawns. Now c pawn goes forward. You know one of the main rules of the endgame, that you got a pass pawn, you need to push it. And usually if there are no immediate threats, you push your pass pawn forward, like whatever the position is. Naka wants to put his king in front of that pawn. He will be responsible to stop the c pawn. And I guess it's a time for black to move towards, I'm not sure, g5 and not something like king to f3. Okay, tries to create a pass pawn. Again, black is absolutely in no danger to lose this game, so we could do. But it seems now that Hikaru will be able to eliminate this last pawn. Black needs to create.
Black needs two moves: king f3, king g4 to guard this pawn with the king.
Yes, that would be a little bit
safe
illegal.
There. Not legal thing to do, indeed. How about check to give a check? Although this will not change anything, as Rook cannot really leave.
No, 93 makes a lot of sense, actually. 93 and then king e2. Oh, okay, I cannot get to back rank. Rook on a6, why did he put it there? It's like standing...
Alex, you know what I'm thinking? How about king f3 here? I will give up the h5 pawn.
Yes.
However, there's this idea of king g4 out there to attack the rook and then to get g3. But instead of that, you can also try knight d3 and somehow squeeze white's pieces even more.
That's, yeah, let's see.
9 seconds. He goes
d3.
king d3.
Okay, he activates and he wants combine the force of like 4 pieces, knight, king, rook, and the c pawn to create a maiden net. It's still, I got a problem to understand like how is a rook going to get in. So let's say rook takes here first.
I have a feeling that
takes on h5.
This is the game of 2 results. Either white wins or either black wins or white wins. Black is risking too much actually, and Hikaru can be very tricky in these positions. Imagine if he just takes all the pawns on the king side.
Whoa, what's that?
Knight c2. Bishop is under attack.
Okay. Oh my, that's
Bishop
very
d2.
sneaky. Bishop f. Then rook f6.
Bishop f2. Okay, Hikaru is never happy with his position, but still he is very...
Okay. Hikaru got 1 minute to think about it. On our board here, on electronic board, Indich time has expired. Of 24, yes.
Ooh.
Does that mean Indich just played his move with...
Knight c2, is this winning move?
Yeah, that's a brilliant idea.
Is Hikaru losing a bishop right now? Bishop f2,
rook f6, rook h2 is forced, but this is super passive, right?
Yeah.
Black can simply push the c pawn all the way to c3. That looks lost.
That is right. Okay, yeah, that was really nice playing by Indich. Very creative way to activate the king. Hikaru visibly upset with
rook
the move.
f6.
90 seconds.
Can we take on g5 and take on... No, there's going to be some... Taking on g5? No, take this one.
King c3 creating a checkmate threat.
Rook goes down.
Hikaru actually tried to move the bishop and blunder the check, and he's like, oh no, I can blunder the check. Rook f5. I'm not sure about that move. I thought something would... How about bishop b6 now?
Bishop b6. You're absolutely correct. And
25 seconds to make decision. Rook to b5 creates no checkmate threat. Hikaru
and
now
Hikaru is just smiling.
What is
you
this love
smiling
for?
about? Okay, he senses the winning chances. That's what this smile is all about. G4. Yeah. So knight a3 will be met by rook check, but knight b4 and...
Okay, if you give me a check, I will give you another check. And the checkmate
King
next
b1
move.
is the only move. Come on.
King d1?
King b1.
King b1. Yeah, he's going 9 seconds on the board.
No, d3.
Ooh, king d1. Can I play knight d3 right now and then king e2?
King runs. I have to run.
Run, king run. That's what he's
Rook
doing.
e5 maybe? No.
I think Alex has to go back knight d3, king e2, and then... Yeah, white's gonna escape there.
That's Hikaru. Well, position was definitely lost.
I told you, Alex, this is game of 2 results.
I should have trusted you now. But, well, unless you can see it.
Let's see, 9 seconds. Still, nothing is over.
Magic of Hikaru. Okay, black abandons any ambitions and just tries to equalize.
And this is a different posture and
takes
different expression of Hikaru. He's trying to win, and he's very satisfied.
Well, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Are we heading to another rook and bishop?
No, not that early. Not that early today, no. But very likely, Alex, we might see this. Indich not happy. He tried his best. Probably somewhere he could play better because he was absolutely perfect position. Hikaru giving another smile. What is this about?
Yeah. Well, he knows that he escaped, but, well, as a true professional, he knows he also needs to push. Yeah, check. And knight gets to e4. King goes to e...
Okay, let's bring also the digital board on the screen. It is unbelievable that they already made 108 moves at this point.
This tempo, okay. Takes and
94. Indeed, Alexander, not easy opponent.
Amazing escape for Hikaru. He's keeping his tournament alive. And,
lovely smile in the end.
Yeah, that smile.
Yeah, nice game.
Tells that Hikaru is happy. Yeah,
Hikaru is happy. Yeah,
Hikaru is happy, and Alexander not so much. Okay, he knows he missed his chances.
Yes.
And now,
although played really nicely, to press so much to Hikaru, giving such a difficult time is not easy indeed. And look at Hikaru being so talkative. Like,
oh wow, yeah.
Alex is like, let me go. It was like, I've got enough already. And Hikaru is like, yeah, here I could play. And also look at the pieces. Alex was ready to give the pieces to adjust, and Hikaru's like, okay, give me more details there. Yeah, nice.
All right, yeah, no, I mean, you see a happy person, on the white side here. And it's like, okay, no.
Right. Okay, is that the last game?
That was the last game of
round?
No, there is Hans Niemann versus Andrew Yesipenko. It's going on, and our Vladislav Artemiev played Arjun Erigaisi. Okay, Artemiev Erigaisi can go for another 100 moves, and let's see. Niemann Yasipenko is a theoretical draw, right?
It is theoretical draw. All you have to do is to bring the king in the opposite color of the bishop, and which is correct. This one is correct.
Okay. We'll be keeping an eye on Artemiev Erigaisi, and in the meantime, we got a guest in the studio. Here's Grandmaster Pavel Trigubov.
Part 2.
Part 3. No, it's part 3. Yeah, we need to wait until the round finishes, but this could be at least a half an hour. It's a queen ending with extra pawn. They will be like, literally, they can play 100 moves.
It is okay. Let's try at least. Yeah, it should be. It seems to be possible. Okay, let's pick this game. Probably you had already a quick look at it. Anish Giri versus Daniel Dubov. The boring Grunfeld, which is supposed to be a quick draw. Bloodless draw, but not when one of the players, Daniel Dubov. I think that should be still a theory. And everything seems to be okay. Well, normally these pair of pawns are getting exchanged and the symmetrical or some kind of completed draw Shen game rise. But here, I don't know what was the novelty, but suddenly after bishop h3, the things are getting a bit complicated because White had not time to castle and is forced to look for some other ways for king to skip the center. f3 was naturally played by Anish. Rook b8, very smart move and maybe very important moment of the game. I think that more accurate would be queen d2, preventing the next black's move, but maybe Anish didn't realize at this point that he's already in danger. Well, it doesn't mean that White's position is already worse, but it seems like, I mean, starting from this point, he's getting into trouble. So he went b3 instead, which seems very, very logical. But then suddenly rook b4 followed, and pawn d4 pawn is under attack now. Quite naturally, okay, Anish decided to. I'm not sure that he can save this pawn anyway, so he decided to give it up and finish his development, putting the king on f2. But it's not about pawn. Of course, Daniel Dubov went f5. When opponent's king is not safe, we should try to open the files, and that's exactly what Daniel is doing. f5, bishop takes f6, okay, anyway, bishop should go somewhere, and then f4, opening everything. And suddenly the king, which seemed to be quite safe a couple moves ago, now getting in troubles. So okay, after bishop f4, bishop d4 would be played, I guess, and then it's not only about the exchange. Probably Anish would be already ready to give up, but the problem is that there is no good move here. Maybe e3, then okay, then we take on a1 and queen d2. Oops, what happens? Is just crashing. So Anish went g takes f4. And guess the black's move here. e5, of course. Brilliant move. Well, the idea is clear. Just queen will go to h4, and the king will be forced to go to g1, and rook h1 is getting stuck. D takes e5, check, king g1. Well, I think that go back a little bit, I think that there is no escape from this idea anyway. So there is no satisfactory defense. What can be played? Otherwise, e takes f4 will follow. For example, rook e1. If you don't want our rook to be stuck on h1, we should try rook e1. But then e takes f4. Bishop goes somewhere, and bishop d4, and white is very bad. Almost losing. So d takes a5, queen h4, king g1, rook b takes f4. Okay, the king is very bad, and also the rook is stuck. So the position is, I don't know what is the objective evaluation of this position. It's very difficult to play. It's very difficult to manage it with white. Bishop takes f4, queen takes, check. Of course, Anish would be very happy to exchange queens, but no way. The show must go on. Queen g5, king f2. And here, I don't know, also I was thinking about bishop e5. Everything seemed very, very tempting for black. But I think maybe rook f4, gaining back h4 square, which is very important, is the most precise move. Queen should go somewhere. Queen d5, check, and once again, white has a very tough choice. I don't know, okay, no, king g1 seems a little bit safe than going to the center, but then rook, once again, rook is completely stuck. I don't know, maybe there is some forced solution. Okay, rook f5, for example, looks good enough, given that d8 square is under control, so rook g5 seems to be just mortal threat. So that's why white moved his king to the center. Rook f8, cool-blooded Daniel, not forcing anything, just going back, covering the 8th rank, and threatening sometimes rook d8 in case white king decide to go to the queen side. Queen c5, check, check, one time repetition. And then Daniel finds another way. So queen g5, king d3, and king is forced to run to the queen side. Well, optically it seems like it can be defensible, but there are some pawns, there are some pieces which might be useful defending his king, but actually I think the position is already lost. Black has a pair of bishops and still queen and on one rook. This material should be enough to create some very naughty threats to white's king. I think this position is already very bad. Bishop f8, so both bishops are coordinating very well, creating a mating threat to the white's king. Oh, simple threat, queen a3 mate, and unfortunately for white there is no satisfactory defense. a3, bishop takes b3, and queen e6 with double attack. Bishop will be lost and king is still very weak. White resigned. Brilliant game by Daniel Devev.
That's an amazing game by Daniel. In the end, probably could go for a little bit more fireworks than, simply collecting the material. But unbelievable achievement. Played 4 points sacrifice in the rapid time control. This is something which, of course, this is something we expect from Daniel Dubov, known for that style of chess. And thank you, Pavel, very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And
Thank you for watching.
we'll take a break until the next round that's going to be starting soon. Don't go away. In how many rounds? 3 more rounds. We're going to know our new world
in open
champion.
section, and only 2 rounds.
And 2 rounds in women section. I'll see you soon.
Stay with us. Thank you.
life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
My name is Anish Giri. I am a top grandmaster from the Netherlands. The lines and the recommendations that I give are well suited for players of all levels. So I really explain a lot of concepts, but also a lot of basic things. Now it's your move. Don't waste any time. Hit that buy button.
Everyone, this is FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship 2022 Day 3, which means that today, in a few hours, we're going to know the winner of this tournament in both categories, open and women categories. And so far, first game in the round did not disappoint us, and we have seen some of the best games. My personal favorite is the game of Dubov and Anish Giri.
Yeah, we just witnessed live how the birth of one of the gems of modern chess history. Unbelievable game by Daniil Dubov. Even though he known for it's for him, it's just like a normal day in the office. Like for all of us, it was such a treat. That was unbelievable. 4-point sacrifice, and then not against just someone. It was Anish Giri, one of the fireproof players on the circuit, and crazy attack just went to conclusion to it.
That's right, guys. We are watching your comments on YouTube and Twitch chat. So usually we have very good cooperation today, always. And if you have any suggestion that there is something nice going on, just let us know in the chat, and we're gonna switch off in the studio. We are for you. Alexander and Keti doing the commentary. Let's now take a look at the pairings of the next round in the women's section and check it out. What is the situation? Who has the chances to fight for the medal and best prizes? The total prize fund is $1 million for all the tournaments, and we can see that in women's section there are 4 players still fighting for the first place. Conor Hampi will face Tan Zhongyi. Dinara Sadukasova, another Kazakhstan player, is going to play against Alexandra Garechkina. Yeah. And we have actually 5 players sharing first place, and Jansay Abdumalik is also another player.
Right, we see 2 Kazakh players among those who tied for first. I think the organizers of this tournament should feel pretty happy at this point. One of those girls might be a champion in just a couple of hours here. It would be super exciting.
We're going to know that together, guys. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us and share your opinion. Who do you support? Who do you think going to win? Because we have these great names. Alexandra Garechkina was a challenger of the world champion. Jansay Abdumalik is another woman who achieved the Grandmaster title. Dinara Sadukasova is another star of the Kazakhstan. Tan Zhongyi is now the finalist of the candidates tournament, and herself, she's a former woman world champion. Very tough player from China, and Conor Hampi is for a long time Indian #1. And you know, Alex, what does that mean to be #1 in India, because this is the chess country.
Yes. Are you happy to see some Georgian names on the top boards?
Always happy to see. For instance, my very close friend Nino Batsashvili is having very good tournament. She's having 6 points and playing against Golnar Mamedova. Another Georgian, Bella Hotanashvili, this is the comeback for her. She has not played chess for 1 year, if not more, not even trained chess a bit, and she's doing an amazing 6.5 point playing on the 5th board against Polina Shabalova. So great matchups. I'm missing Nan Zaknidze.
She's at 5.5 playing. Natalia Buksa, the member of Ukrainian Olympic gold team. Do you know if it was maybe an Olympic matchup again? Did they playing again? Did they play on the same boards?
Nana Zagnidze is Georgian #1 board, and Ukrainian #1 is Anna Muzichuk, sometimes switching Maria Muzichuk. So I think they have not met each other at Olympiad. But this is the current situation. If we have the pairings in the open section, let's pull it up, or let's go to the playing venue and check it out what is happening, because we like to spot.
Okay, the players are getting extra time to relax. Okay, we're only playing 4 games in open section today, but don't forget playoffs. We might be here for a longer time than we
were known that we would be. But that's okay, actually, because it's absolute pleasure to be here and to see all these amazing games. Alex, remember that I wanted to show you this moment when queen sacrifice has happened in
Oh,
one
yes.
of the games. So let me pull up that game. And oh my God, I forgot actually what was the game.
Which one was that?
It was extra queen for Shahrir Mamedyarov.
It's for Shaq.
Yeah, for
Okay.
Shaq. Let's bring up that that game.
The one that ended in a draw, right?
Yes.
Okay. Jumps around. Like I said, I'm surprisingly I'm familiar with John Saran pretty well because he was a student of the good friend of mine, Alex Yermolinsky. So I've seen a lot of his games, and he was praised very, very high by Alex. And great to see him doing so well in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the move 20, and that's when all the mess started. So if we go just a little bit moves, like 94 was next move, queen to b4, and now Shaq was doing what he does the best. He plays queen to h6 and starts to annoy the opponent's king. And when white captured the pawn on d4 with a check, he just walked away with the king on h1 and kept the pressure on the board. Black took another pawn on e5. And after
He has to, right? Otherwise
has
it's
to,
knight
yeah.
f6 and there's no defense. So queen sacrifice was forced.
Yes.
And how was the resultant position?
So at this point, according to the engine, this is better position for black.
No way.
Yes, according to the engine, there's like few moves, just a slightly better position. But for human perspective, I think this is very good opportunity for white to keep going and play. And I think that's what Shaq actually felt, and that's why he went for the sacrifices.
Well, absolutely. In the rapid game, the value of the queen actually goes up real high because, well, queen can go over the board and you need time to check out all these movements. And it looked like, for a long time, it looked like a Shaq is going to pull out this game until the very end. Okay, so Jamsaran did a good job defending this not very pleasant position, despite what computer might think. And it's a great result. I mean...
Yeah. The best chance that white had, Alex, is move 59. Once again, according to the engine. And I'm going to show you now the engine move. Shach played queen to h7, which is very logical move to give a check. But engine says, go for queen f5, take the g5 pawn with a check, and be happy in that position, because you are winning, actually.
Oh, wow. What happens if I try to defend it?
After knight to f7. I think there is a possibility to play knight d5, check. Black has to play king to d6 or f8, and then when you are taking the knight on f7.
And then you lose in the knight.
Yeah.
Okay. So
if you play, if you play king e8 in after knight d5, which keeps both pieces on the board, after queen e6, you have to make a choice which knight to give up.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Shaq was one move away, and it ended up in a draw, but he's still in contention. And do we have an open draw? No.
And in the end, they repeated moves, right? The computer says it's still winning for white, but it doesn't give us a very specific line. And it says that if instead, like after queen a7, white could play queen to b7, threaten checkmate in that way, and after king to h6, now to go with like. There's different suggestions. One of the suggestions is a5, another suggestion is queen to d5, and the last suggestion and the best suggestion is queen to a8.
To human eye, a5. A5 is most logical, and that's exactly what you were saying. I said that maybe knight d4 looks scary, the three black pieces attacking white king, but for a computer, the scary is a word that does not exist. He knows the king will run away. And we got the opening pairings ready.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that. And also, let's take a look at the playing venue camera. If we have that possibility to check out what is going on, players should get ready right now, as we are very close to start the next round. 3 minutes before the round 11, and we can see players are going towards their boards. Well, the current situation, Alex, is very good looking for Magnus Carlsen. He's 1 point ahead of everyone.
So he's the one with 8.5 over four-way tie for second with 7.5. 3 rounds to go, 1 point difference.
Let's go. Let's take a look. Magnus Carlsen with black pieces plays against Vladislav Artemiev. He already played against Dubov, but I would love to see Caruana Carlsen in the last round.
Oh yeah, if they will be playing for a title,
Yeah.
just imagine how much fun that's going to be. Fabi plays Daniel and Artemiev plays Magnus. Let's say those games end up in a draw. So we're going to have Magnus at 9, 8 points, probably 4. I would imagine the people with 7 points play a result. The games will end up in the result, and like 5-6 way ties. It's getting pretty heated on the top. I would say everyone's below 7 point already lost their chances for a championship.
Right, although we still have a lot of places, 35 places going to get the prize at this competition, and it's a good warm-up for the Blitz tournament, which will start tomorrow, and we're going to have a lot of games. Let's get back in the playing venue, and I would like to see how Hans Niemann is doing, actually, because his tournament is not going that great as we would like to see. He has 6 points, although the games were pretty nice. He has only lost against Yu Yanggi, and rest of the games he has won or made a draw. And right now he's going to play against Tomaszewski, so I would like to see him on camera.
Yes, that would be very interesting matchup. Hans started yesterday very strong with 2 very good win over. Who did he play? He scored 2 victories, and then the key game was the game 3 against Parham Maksudlu, where Hans uncharacteristically missed extremely nice shot, like Bishop E4, if you know what I'm talking about. Like it's already was all over the
social
internet.
media,
Yeah, I would just imagine if he would win the 3rd game, he would be playing on the top boards. But
That's right.
It ended up in a draw. He lost the next one, and he still needs like a couple of victories to get on top tables.
That's right. We're going to see his game anyway at some point. But for the moment, we have the first moves already started. And Magnus Carlsen against Artemiev. Carlsen is, of course, a favorite in this match. But Artemiev has really nice tournament situation. And he's one of the very strong rapid players that we have seen him quite often also in the online chess. And at this point, Magnus looks a bit tired to me, or not? Maybe not. Maybe
this is very interesting psychological matchup, because Artemiev knows that Magnus may not be super aggressive, right? The draw will be totally satisfying for him in terms of getting closer to the title. But on the other hand, of course, he's a young, ambitious player. He wants to push as hard as he can, and also will help himself in the standing. So let's see if he will be full-hearted in his attempt to beat Magnus, or he will be just playing it safe.
Right, Alex, it's just Jan Nepomniachtchi arrived at the board. He was a bit late, I think, as we can see him adjusting pieces and taking his suit off.
Oh, yeah,
he was a second late.
I think there's a pretty tolerant rule to being late to the board, right? I don't think there is a time limit that you can be late, or you can be late like 14 minutes and still play this play the game.
That's right. Little bit information about Vladislav Artemiev. Maybe we know just a few details about him. He became a grandmaster in 2014 while he was very, very young, and he is the winner of the European Championship in 2019. I didn't know that, actually. And he also won the gold medal at the Team World Competition 2019. So.
Yeah, he's one of those new generation of the Russian player, extremely strong, very strong, like positional style, and I would say his development stalled a little bit in the recent years, but extremely strong player, and by beating Murzin in the last round yesterday, it brought him on the top tables, and he probably won the last one, so now he's playing Magnus, and here we go. Look at him. So should I go for it? Should I try to push hard, or just like play a couple more save moves and offer a draw? Okay.
Yeah, this is very interesting.
Do you know if they can agree to a draw before the move 30?
We don't have Sofia rules, so yeah,
okay.
I think it makes a lot of sense to at the Rapid and Blitz competition. I think now we can take a look at Hans Neyman to check out how he's doing in this round and how he is looking. Our camera is looking him, and obviously.
Who's gonna get to the table first, him or
you?
Find his game? Yeah, it's like.
I can tell you the number, but okay, it's a good competition. Go, Alex.
No, I'm first. There we go.
Here we have it. So Tomaszewski with white pieces against Hans Neyman. What is this opening?
That's a good question. Again, I would never guess, but it's c4, e5, and g3 reverse Sicilian, and after bishop g5 reverse close Sicilian now. Knight c3, c6, g3, e3, and d5. It is a very risky opening for black, but Hans specializes in the risky openings. He's just made his bread and butter, and this is one of this bishop b4, and knight goes to e2, castle. The couple more moves, both sides will complete development. I don't know, the black really needs h6. I feel like he does, and so he will have to lose another tempo, to prevent white from optimal development of his pieces. So white definitely keeps the pressure on. I would, and look at it.
Yeah, I think he heard us when we said that Magnus Carlsen had a better haircut, and he's trying to change now and catch up with Magnus. I think, today we give more points to.
Yeah, I'm still giving first place to Paulina. No,
Paulina is a new person in the competition. Okay, Hans, very focused right now. I really wonder how he's taking this tournament. Is he happy with his result? Is he unhappy? Maybe he wanted something more out of this. But one thing is for sure that what we have seen in social media, this checkmate in two moves, obviously is something that upsets him very much.
Yes, and again, this is those very uncharacteristic misses for him. He would just normally find those moves like in a split second, not once, not even twice in this tournament. So I wonder if jet lag still affects him, because looks like he's a little bit sleepy there. He just,
Yeah, although he was closer than the rest of the players, like Americans, because he was playing in Sitges, as you mentioned, the first day, and he had very nice tournament where he took second place and had a very good chance to took even the gold medal.
That's right. Yes, he was, I would say, one move away from beating Kirill Alexeyenko in the last round in Sitges tournaments at just outside of Barcelona, but never, despite that miss, he took a clear second and broke 2700 for the first time in his life. Okay, and now he's probably looking at the same spot Nihal Sarin was looking at. Every guys who were doing it, right?
Yeah.
There's something on the wall out there.
Yeah.
Can we have a camera?
Have I told you, Alex, that in one tournament in Katowice, where the European Championship in Rapid and Blitz happened, there is this big stadium which is named Spodek, and this is the place of basketball, handball, volleyball games. You can imagine how big it is. And they have this big screen that spectators can see from the long distance. And one of the events many years ago, it happened that they put our the commentary there on the big screen, so people could see our analysis and they could see obviously in that we had also the videos, and we're like, what they are looking at, and all the players were just looking at one direction, and it then turned out that it was the commentary and it was us who were they looking at. But at this playing venue, it's for sure they don't have any screens.
Yeah, well, all right. I was hoping that Queen B3 move will finally wake, Hans up, but doesn't look like it. He answered immediately with Knight C6, and the position just must be familiar to him. And somebody sing him a lullaby. I mean, he just goes to sleep right there.
Maybe opera to wake him up, because he's already seems in a way to fell asleep. But here's this situation. Tomaszewski is well known as he has very solid style. He likes not too much of the complications. He likes to just get very small advantage. That's enough for him. And it can be very boring for Hans to deal with it.
So, do you think he's trying to bore him to death? That the Hans will just at some point say, forget about it,
leave it
and start throwing pieces around? No. Okay. Yeah, I know this look. Okay, just H6, and what's opponent reaction? Okay.
It's very hard to get any reactions from Evgeny Tomaszewski. He is just very, very solid, not only chess, but also his personal impression. You cannot see more. Give somebody pillow to this guy, because he's so bored and he has tons of time on the clock. I think this game gonna get more sharp at some point when they have less time
later.
on the board. So let's get back on the top boards and check out what is happening.
Okay, I just should remember what this game was, so for the second time I'll find it quickly.
Look at another video, Sean.
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, Hans, come on, it's day 3. You should be fine by now.
Well. We're gonna come back, obviously.
Really? No, it's a game from the
one.
last round. Okay, there we go. Yes. Oh well. Okay. So its prediction was. I mean, it comes to life. Artemiev tries to play it safe. Didn't take on d4 with a pawn, taken with a knight. So we will expect a lot of exchanges in this game and draw soon. Will Magnus try to push? I doubt it. So the truth, I would quickly make a draw here and conserve the energy for the last 2 rounds, especially next white game. If he wins that, he's done. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
So not much going on in this game here. White is not very ambitious, and his tries like bishop c4, e2 was the last move. That's invitation to start trading pieces. And Magnus accepts the invitation, knight c6, bishop f3, I would say, right? Oh, yeah, bishop f3. Knight e5 is not possible. So, yeah, rook c8, they'll trade everything, trade couple more, will be a draw.
Yeah, shall we go to the game of Mr. Late at the game, Janne Pomniachi, how he's doing also on time?
I see g4 here on notation, so I wonder if Vincent started an assault. And indeed,
perfect timing, perfect timing.
Indeed. So the last move, g3, g4, we know that we're not supposed to push pawns in front of our king, but if we have more defensive pieces than our opponent possibly can have in the attack, why not? Because those moves are getting more space. And that's what White wants to do. Go g5, kick this knight back to e8 or d7 and grab some extra space on a king side. Maybe play queen g4, push the f pawn forwards. It's something like a pawn storm.
Looks amazing indeed. This g5 move also. Hold on, g6
immediately. No, it's not like this knight is like black wants to take this knight, right? It's just a defensive prophylaxis move. But look how weak a dark diagonal is. This big diagonal is right now. So,
Alex, can we be creative and sacrifice this knight and, for instance, play something like g5? It's not sacrifice. Actually, my
G5
first idea was king h1, and I saw it was no sense, so I switched to g5.
It's not that easy to sacrifice this knight, because, oh, wow, he does.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, what's the point? Knight h5. Just knight h6. He simply wants the bishop. Oh, well. And you know what's going to happen when black will have to give this dark square bishop up.
Very bad things. Very, very bad things to black's king. Also now these dark squares are even more weakened after g6.
Yeah, so for the moment I would say that Jan is a relative trouble, but it's not the first time we've seen in trouble here.
Yeah, the question is, can he manage somehow to get out of this trouble? And Alex, where the knight really goes? Is it h5 the only move, or he can still try to play knight e8, knight g7?
The black position is passive enough, and if he chooses knight d7 or knight e8 to make it even more passive, I think the h5 is the only reasonable square.
He just made a move. I don't see the knight on h5.
Okay, so no.
I think
knight goes to e8. Oh, wow.
Yes, and they are playing so fast.
Okay, well, knight h6, and he took, and white took back with a pawn, and black played queen g5. Nice push. h6 will be lost, but dark squares are weak for good. So, I don't know, d4 looks very reasonable for white, right? Just to... Black will be a pawn up. He can take on d4 and take on h6, but all the pieces are like standing bad. Two dominating bishops for white and d4, yes.
I think he's going d4.
Yeah, I'd say for a pawn, Jan will be struggling in long term.
Yeah. Maybe some of our viewers might question about this move d4, why white played, because it locks the bishop on b2, but it's not that you're locking this forever. You are actually trying to open up the center, and black cannot keep the white's pawn on d4. If you push c4, then you're going to lose this c4 pawn, because I will take. And otherwise, white is now actually threatening d takes c5 and to win this pawn on c5.
Absolutely, and so rook c8 is a reasonable one, but does not solve the problem long term, because white can take on c5 and add b4 if he needs to. So I'd say you take on h6, and you hope for best. And with a very, very passive pieces, which Jan, well, again, so he doesn't like it, but he might have no choice just to go there. Vincent is having initiative in this game, but like decisive action is still ahead of us here. Okay, so we might be moving forward, and Daniel Dubov versus Fabiana Caruana ended up in a draw early. What's going on there? Why is that? The two players decided not to push at all. So draw looks like a satisfying result for both. Is that the way for Fabi to avoid Magnus in this round, maybe? Okay.
Actually, Alex, I have seen Dubov making a lot of draws in the situation when he's leading. So I think it's kind of his strategy to take one game easy, another game.
Yeah, that
More
makes
challenging.
sense. Also, Daniel is a kind of player for whom like a black or white piece, it really doesn't matter. Okay, it's like we saw it in his demolition of Anish Giri. So he doesn't care. Probably thought maybe I'll get someone a little bit more
Easy.
beatable than
Yeah.
Fabi, in the next round,
Yeah.
and then I'll try to push for it then. Okay. Anyways, little anticlimactic draw on board 2. So what do we have here now? What we have left is another back up to Satorov with black pieces again. We did on
Alex, can I suggest to check out very quickly the game of Indic and MVL? Because by the time maybe when we arrive to that board might be ended.
No, I'm already
No?
here. Do you
Yeah,
want me to
okay,
put
let's
it
go.
on? Okay.
Look at White's king, actually. I thought that it would be already either draw or checkmate.
Okay, well, that's an interesting situation. Okay, let's see what we got. White is up a piece. For how many points? Just 1. So material compensation is not enough, but black is trying to attack with 3 pieces. White has 3 pieces in a defense because we count king as a defending piece as well. And he desperately tries to bring another one in. If knight can get back to d1, then the queen is free to go to h3. So black has a window of opportunity of like 2 moves. White needs to play knight d1 and then queen h3. What can black possibly do in 2 moves?
Yeah, to be honest, I displayed when you play move like h5 after sacrificing a piece.
Would simple knight g4 check do the job? Like knight g4? What do you think is going to happen? Now we'll take it, right? No, but if we'll take it, then queen takes g4, and there will be no defense against knight f3, so we cannot take on g4.
Indeed, very tense situation, Alex. I would like to suggest to go on the move 23 in this game. That's when Will decided to sacrifice bishop for 2 pawns. Here at this point, after knight to b5, Will took the pawn on h3. Not the best suggestion by the engine, because g takes h3, queen takes h3. Here queen d1 is not the most accurate move, but queen a4 was giving white winning chances.
Queen a4, and if I'll just go h6, what? Oh, we probably bring the queen back quicker. Through the a check b8, and queen will be here on g3.
That's right. Queen a8, queen b8, and queen g3 is the move.
So that's what Alexander missed, and so here we go. And knight g4 in the end, like we suggested, and this is a tough decision for white. I think you cannot take this knight. King g3, queen g3 doesn't look like a safe move at all. I don't think. So the only reasonable answer is king g1, but then after queen g5, king h1. Would that maybe a repetition? Do you think like king g1, queen g5, king h1, queen f5? If that's what's going to happen?
Knight d1 is possible.
Oh, now
then?
knight d1. So white is on time. Okay, so I think the ball is in MVL's court here. He needs to show us where.
Right, I'm betting that MVL will be a different person tomorrow in the Blitz tournament, and the MVL we know gonna be that one.
Okay, he didn't play King G1, King H1. He gives up the pawn on F2. Why was that necessary? Okay, those players have seen something we don't see.
I think if you take Knight F2, he's kind of inviting changes of the pieces. Knight H3, King H2, and
I can go back if I really need it.
yeah, and Knight D1 here.
And Knight D1. And Knight
Knight
G4
G4
again, and the
yeah.
dance continues only with like an extra pawn for black for now. Yeah, the white has all the chances to...
On the camera we see that now at this point.
What happened? Black won? What? How is that happen? All right, let's
Black
get back.
won?
What did we miss? King H4.
Blunder of a checkmate.
Oh, hold on a second.
no.
I don't understand. Like,
Oh wow, that was a blunder.
check, Knight F3, King G2, and is he done here? Was there any defense after Knight F3? So Knight takes F2 is a threat. Well, relative threat, because we can go King G2.
I think 91 is the move that he should play here, even in this
So Knight
position.
G1, and what's
Queen
next?
F6 or Queen G5 is...
And, oh yeah, I cannot go Queen H3 because Knight takes F2. Or maybe then...
Maybe it was even winning for
Maybe
Ambuel.
it was winning overall.
And the final position after Knight F2 indeed resigned here because White is now forced to take this a Knight on F2 with a Queen, and then Queen H3 is a checkmate in 2 moves. So it seems like Bishop H3 that he sacrificed this piece was
It was
very good
incorrect,
decision.
but it worked for him.
Yeah, good
Yes,
decision too.
White did not find this Queen A4, Queen A8 check, Queen B8, Queen H2 maneuver, and there we go. A brilliant win for MBL, which brought him closer to top tables now. He's still in the competition. What was the score before the game?
Well, if he wins all the games, I think still he can catch up to get some top places. Right now, he has 7 points, as he had 6 before, so 35 places.
He just needs another one.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Then we'll talk.
And he
about
knows that he's not fighting here for any medal already with these points, but that is just fine. Shall we go back to the Neyman's game? I think we have some of the changes there, and we might already see the end of the game.
Okay. And
Against
I knew I
Tomaszewski?
had to
Yeah, remembered it.
remember the
Board 22.
Yep, there we go. Oh, what's going on? Hans with 2 knights, but the powerful rook, and the pass pawn. Again, according to the rules of chess, that should be lost, but unless, again, some kind of a miracle.
Are those knights capable to stop the pawn on this? If the pawn is off the board, then black will have very good chances with these 2 knights to hold the position and even try more. But with the d6 pawn, 2 moves and there is a queen, I think this d6 pawn will take 1 knight.
At
off
least
the board.
1 knight, or white can choose to just pick up the a7 and b6, while those knights cannot protect this pawn because he has to deal with the extra pawn.
Alex,
Yeah.
what about f4 here to kick this knight? Knight goes on d7 and rook to c7.
It looks completely lost, to tell you the truth. And so rook c7, f5. Yeah, I think white will simply pick up the a7 pawn, create another passer, and black king look at this pawn on f5. Black king will not be able to get to the queen side in time. So
Yeah. Tomaszewski will
Tomaszewski is
not
gonna
miss
win,
any
and that's
chances.
gonna get him to how many points?
At this point, are having 6 points. So Tomaszewski will join a group of the people like MVL with 7 points to try to get some of the nice places.
So they still can get some very nice prizes, but
11 minutes on the clock. He did not even use any time.
yes, and I wonder why. It was a critical game, critical moment. Yeah, I don't see how Black can possibly stop a pawn from queening. The a5, and then after the exchange, rook b7, a6, white controls all the squares. This game will be over in a few minutes. But let's see. Tomaszewski takes his time. He knows he's winning. Just checking out for possible tricks on the black side, but I don't see any. Most likely there are none.
I agree. I agree with that.
Look at this face.
Oh, he's very disturbed in this game. He's not even looking at the board and not even use his time.
Yes, well, what was that? Why not? No, I understand, in the beginning, when things went... let's see at which point the things went from bad
wrong.
to worse.
Actually, this was a move when... Alex, can we go into the Artemiev and Carlsen game? Because I think some kind of blunder has
The game
happened.
was over. The game was over. Okay, something happened. Magnus blunder. All right, let's get back where I said after bishop e2, that was invitation for a draw. So what happened?
Oh no, Magnus lost the game?
Yes,
This is his first loss.
His first loss, and wow. So things are totally back to totally unclear. And it's
no.
Oh my, okay.
No way.
That when we thought that there will be no intrigue today, just here we go. That's another surprise. Okay, knight takes d4, queen takes rook d8. For some reason, b7 is not hanging. Okay, we'll trust Magnus in that. Queen c4, rook c8, queen e2. Again, look how unambitious white is. What happened?
He blundered a piece.
Rook d8. Exchange everything, offer a draw. Okay, by these last two moves, queen before g6, you can tell the Magnus is thinking, okay, maybe I can push a little bit. And then h3, king g7, rook c2 takes, queen c5. Okay, white clearly, the only thing he wants is a draw. And
so we're approaching this moment. I think knight e4 is a blunder.
Whoa.
Look at the man of a day, Artemiev, on the camera, being so proud. He's the only player who managed to beat Magnus.
94. Can you... All right, well, so... Yeah, well, you can tell the Magnus wants maximum of every single game he's playing, and I'm sure he could simply play any other move and offer a draw, but instead he tries for just a little edge that his queen is a more active, and with knight e4 he blunders a piece. And Artemiev perfectly aware of that. I wonder what went through his head when he saw knight e4.
Oh,
he would be like, okay, isn't a 4 wins something?
f4 was the move, so you are attacking the queen, which is only piece which guards the knight, and then g4 is the move that...
g4,
that's it.
that sealed the fate of this knight. And, well, I mean, what can you say here? It's it's not a rocket science. It's just losing the knight.
Yeah, and the line continued, rook to c3.
Obviously the only move, but queens are also traded. If queens were somehow would remain on the board, black would keep some chances, but the knight simply cannot protect the pawns on the queen side. So white collected those pawns.
What upset here. Let's not miss this game. Kmar and Nepomniachtchi, I think we have some difficult situation.
All right, so it's rook c7 the last move? Okay, the rook c7 is the last move. Well, this is a very interesting move by Vincent Kmar. This exchange sacrifice, but he's so convinced that his bishop on d4 is better than bishop on b7 that he knows that all he has to do is just eliminate the two defenders, rook e7 and knight e8, and for that he just exchanges it again. Something he can afford. It's just absolutely winning maneuver. You see, Nipo is not even taking this rook because how bad it is. He goes queen of fate, and no, it's obviously only a matter of time before just bad pieces down the material.
Right. What you can do here is either to trade the rooks first and go h4 to, expose a little bit this king even more, or you can even try to do that with f pawn. So he goes something else.
He played bishop c5.
They played so fast.
He played bishop c5, and after rook c7, queen c7, bishop takes f8. They exchanged everything, and the opponent exchange in the end.
Well, Vincent is having a very good tournament. Indeed, we have him on the screen right now.
Yeah, Vincent
nicely played game.
Yeah, Vincent knows it's a done deal for him. So you just gotta be careful. It's even hard to suggest what can possibly go wrong for white in here. In this position, Jan has no choice. He has to continue to make moves. So f5 was played. Next move is f4. The problem is, of course, that there is those pawns are going nowhere, and the pawn on a6 eventually will fall, or white will create the pass pawn on the queen side, which will decide this game.
Right. Alex, do we have a game still going on, Vidit versus Abdusatorov?
Oh, we got a lot of games still going on, and we did Abdusatorov, probably not the most exciting of them all. Okay, this white continues to enjoy slight advantage, but he's not really pushing too hard. So it's
all right. Maybe we're gonna have a draw in this game. Also, the time situation is pretty much equal. There is this matchup that actually I have not noticed that before. Gariev versus Rapport. I think that's the most creative.
That's like the players with a similar style, I would say. The Timur Gariev, they're obviously one of the most colorful characters on the circuit right now. At any given moment in time, I mean, you cannot tell which part of the world he is.
Yeah.
He might have a Facebook post from South America today, and tomorrow he will be in Asia. And it's like he's all over the place. And where is
That's right. Actually, they are playing on the 6th board, which means that they are among the leaders with the 6.5 points. Let's check it out. What is happening?
Oh, it doesn't look great for Timur. Despite being a pawn up, the black pawn almost reached b2, and it will be protected by the knight from c4. The game is pretty much over. Okay. So it was board 6. That means that Richard will be back into a leading circuit.
Yes, that means so. And that also promises last games in the Rapid Chess Championship very tense. And now as Magnus lost this game, things gonna be a little bit more complicated.
Is Artemiev is the only guy who caught up with him, or there will be more?
That's indeed the question. Dubov and Caruana, they made a draw, and Abdusattorov is still playing. So,
only another
so
back
far,
can catch him.
yeah, it is Artemiev.
Okay, Magnus remains in tie for first, but it's going to be a different Magnus now. It's going to be an angry
Magnus.
Magnus. And so maybe it's the... well, if Fabio would continue, I was thinking if Fabio would... that was the way for him to avoid Magnus, and now he's going to get an angry Magnus. So, like...
Well, Magnus is well known to get back in a tournament, in a fight very soon after loses, and that's also what these top guys are capable of. Shall we take a look at the top boards of women, if we have anything still in progress? And meanwhile, we have camera on Timur and Robert. Look at them.
Yeah, the couple more moves left in this game.
Another very interesting thing about Timur is that wherever he's traveling, and he has traveled around the world, he likes to wear the national outfit. I remember he was in Georgia and he was wearing the the hat, which is made by sheep, and it is really wild, and no one really walks in the street. But hey, it's Timur. He does things.
It's yeah.
Handshake.
Here we go, and
look at him being
I feel so
respectful.
sorry for it. On the way here, I spent half a day in Tashkent, and Timur was my guide, and he showed me around for like half a day, and was like unbelievable host. And I got more gifts than I can possibly carry, living that town. And yes, well,
that's absolutely great. Yeah, great personality. Shall we see the game of Satvakasova against Garechkina? Let's take a look at that. In the women's section, we have still very unclear situation, as 5 players are sharing first place.
Okay, so what do we see in an extra exchange for Dinara? And by all means, the position should be winning, because how possibly could be not, right? The pass pawn and exchange, the things don't look great for Alexandra. How does it happen? Like, at which point? There wasn't normal position in the middle game, and then I would even say that black was trying to press, and finally d5. Still, it doesn't look like a trouble until rook e3, f5, takes. Oh, she blundered. She blundered that queen takes e3. Attacks knight e7 and the rook, so the only defense is queen e8, and then look at this beautiful maneuver. It could make like a problem with just knight e7 check, king h8, and knight c8. Couple of different tactical motives.
Rook is hanging, and the threat is queen to e8. This game will end in a few moves. A little bit information about Satvakasova, who is a local chess player and one of the favorite chess player by her rating. She's 26 years old. She's from Astana, and just like Jansa, she also has chess academy in her city, and she's supporting young generation, and she's a very, very good ambassador of chess in her city and also worldwide. And another very, very impressive information about her is that Dinara is national ambassador for the United Nations Children Fund in Kazakhstan. So she's also doing this great job besides chess, and is absolutely very pleasant person.
Oh yeah, it's nice to see how the local players are combining playing chess with the social duties. I mean, you don't see it anywhere else. The people just playing chess, and that's all they do. And
Yes, another very, very impressive story about her is that her mother supports very, very much whole family. And one of the interviews, she told me that her family rent an apartment for her chess career, and this is the biggest success that she. This is the biggest support that she has getting from her family, and now she wants to pay back all this support to all of the members of the family, which is indeed great.
It's amazing, yeah, when you have this opportunity to give it back, and good luck to her. And
yeah, I think she's already doing a great job to do it, but very.
So once she'll win this game, where it's gonna get her? Is that going to be a board one?
She's one of the leaders who's sharing the first place. We have not seen yesterday and the other day.
Oh look,
her.
it's going to be sixth in a row, 6 win in a row for her.
She's unstoppable if she wins this
okay.
one.
So this is the reason why we didn't see her in the early rounds. She started with 4 draws, and but then 6 in a row. At any moment in time, you win 6 in a row in this tournament, we'll start talking about you.
Yeah.
Okay, so please.
It took me 5 wins in a row in a very bad tournament to share first place at World Championship match. So I think she's very close to even get this title. Who will stop her? That's the question, of course. Seems like Alexandra Garechkina is not that person. A very, very best what Alexandra can achieve in this game is a draw, which is, to be honest, not so realistic result. Look at the time situation. Dinara has 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock, and Alexandra is suffering with the seconds. So yeah, we pretty much know the result in here.
Yeah, result. Is there any chance that the decisive game would be between Dinara and Jansai?
Ooh. That's gonna be very interesting. That's gonna be very, very interesting situation.
So how is Jansai doing against Alexander Kostyuk? Oh, the both Kazakhs players playing against Alexandras. So.
Alexandras, yes. Alexandra and Jansai made a draw early stage of the game. Another game, Conor Humpy and Tan Zhongyi ended in a draw, so Dinara, with this win, if she converts, will be actually a sole leader.
Well, this is absolutely amazing, and I'm sure the organizers of the tournaments getting excited as we speak. I think, she's going to convert. Yeah, just the rook.
Yeah, we might have two medals for the local players if these ladies keep playing like this.
There we go. Congratulations, Dinara, sole leader in our tournament. It was 2 rounds to go, and what a surprise!
Indeed. Okay, what we have on the top board, I see that on the background we still have the game going on, and this is between Shavita Shri and Gong Kwanin.
Kwanin, yes. Let's see if Shri Savita could recover from her last round loss. And it looks like she will. Queen D7, Queen's getting traded, 2 pawns up.
A resignation
there she is.
Just happened.
Okay. So, nice coming back for Shri Savita. Looks like the players know each other pretty well. Probably played in Asian championships like more than one time.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they speak English?
Who?
Yeah,
for sure. Probably, yes. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vincent Kemmer has ended. Let's check it out if Vincent was able to convert it.
All right.
And we have a small chat, of course. after the game.
Yes, he was able to convert it. This is
Let's take a look at the
yeah,
Vidit Abdusattorov. Maybe now we have more exciting situation.
Okay. White is a pawn up. Looks like winning for Vidit. Does that mean we're gonna see a new champion this year? Okay.
Which means that Abdusattorov has won last year the Rapid Chess Championship, World Rapid Chess Championship. Vidit is on our camera for the, not for the first time actually, but we have not seen that often because he lost against Volodar Murzin in between second and the first day. But now I think he's trying to get on the top boards and stay on the top boards.
Okay, knight takes c5, knight takes c2. So white will have 2 pawns, g and a. So if he can bring the king to stop the d pawn, he will be winning. So that's the question. If so, probably knight c4 back, and then a5, and then king will stop the d pawn. I got a feeling that white is winning here.
2 pass pawns are very far from each other, which means that king cannot catch both of them.
The king will have to take care of a g pawn, and the knight will have to stop a pawn, and then white king will be a king indeed, you know,
king
picking
in
up
the game.
picking up the both black pawns. It should be a winning endgame for white. Okay.
Vidit calculating a lot of moves
Does
in
he have
seconds.
time? Because he's got 20 seconds.
Not too much
know.
time. But he was using his opponent's time. He pushed the pawn on a5.
Knight b4, king g3. Yeah, looks winning.
Knight has to stop this pawn. Abdusattorov not so sure. Knight b4 has been played, and king g3, king f5 can be something.
Yeah, but king
It's
h4, king g6, king g4, and then we're using g5 pawn as a deflection, and the king
Right.
will just go and pick up both black pawns.
Right. So white king just needs to get f4, e5, d6, and start to pick up the pawns in the center. That's going to be a winning position for Vidit. Abdusattorov knows it. Abdusattorov knows it for sure. And this is going to be a very big upset for him because he's having so far a very good tournament, lost only against Magnus Carlsen, and this might be his second loss.
Does he have any theoretical chances if he loses to get back?
7.5.
So he will be one
Not the
point
champion.
behind, right? Not a champion.
Not
yeah,
a champion.
not a champion. He still might have a great result and nice prize, but
Yeah,
not
last
the
last year was amazing tournament for him. He not only won the prize of the World Championship, but also the government of Uzbekistan gave him an apartment in the city. So it was a very successful year for him.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
very young actually, and already is getting so much from chess.
yeah, that chess is getting a lot of support in Uzbekistan right now. It's like, well, and why not? The guys are bringing Olympic gold to the country and make everyone's proud. There's a huge
of honor.
influx of young kids who wanted to play chess, and I mean, everybody wins. That's it.
That's right. So we're waiting for this game to end, and Alex and I have very nice kind of dessert part of the final position to show to our viewers. So let's just wait to see how Vidit is going to convert this end game. He's going to catch up the d3 pawn.
King of Fate,
What?
really? Not King G6? What's that?
King g6 95, and you are losing the a7.
Oh.
Yeah.
95 anyway.
Anyways.
Yeah, but what are we playing for?
93
Yeah,
and a
okay.
handshake. Oh no.
Okay, so
Abdusattorov visibly upset right now. He's shaking his head, trying to hide his face from cameras probably. Painful lose because the game was so equal from the very beginning.
yeah. I mean, again, looking at this, the idea of the mic that should go on this at the board at this point, just
We
to
have
hear.
to vote for that.
Yeah,
Me and you are
right.
going to start some changes.
Absolutely.
In
I
the
think FIDE should make
chess
changes
commentary.
just to make it
Yeah.
mandatory.
Yeah. All right. The playing venue seems pretty much empty. If we have any games in progress, please let us know. And here we have the girls section. I can recognize Lena Bival playing her game against Garifila Laya.
There we
This
go.
is board 9.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
not again, not again.
No.
Is this most popular endgame on this tournament? Like,
No, bishop and the rook is the most
Okay.
popular.
But bishop and the rook actually is a very complicated endgame that every chess professional should know at least a little bit about. Okay, and well, but this one, the problem with this one is that if black just has time to not allow any forks, and there's impossible to even create a threat of a checkmate. So we can push the king on the back rank. That's true, but that's all the stronger side can do. So can we get some other games? Because this is just
Yeah, it's gonna be
it's
just
a pushing
long.
pieces here. I see Nino Tsatsalashvili versus Mongolian player Turmuk Mungzul.
You told me yesterday not to even try to pronounce her last name, and I was
No,
like,
that-
"Oh, he's doing now today." By
That
himself.
game is over. Okay, how about Harika Dranawali Harika versus Olga Giria? Yes, that's not them. This
Yeah, it's Harika Dranawali, Giria, Olga, and we have the endgame knight versus bishop, and the pawns are equal. I think black is present here to win, as bishop are the same colors as the pawns, but how to break through?
yeah, if white just simply stands with a king, that was unnecessary, but still 93 draws here. Okay, so
All right.
Okay.
Meanwhile, we are getting the camera on this game. I have some resources who are telling me that there was a beautiful checkmate. So let's check it out. Duda versus Shigalko.
all right. Looking for this game. Jan Christoph should be able to find this game easily, but probably
Duda was playing on the board 7 with 6.5 points. Both players had that point, and now after winning this game, Duda is having very good chances. I see that. Yeah. Okay.
okay. There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Oh, this is the end of the game. Can we?
It's like
Can we
that
just
game deserves to be checked from the very beginning.
can we just jump to the moment when all this mess started?
How about
To be very impressive.
Okay.
Hold on, I don't know which move was that. Let me check it. There is Rook H8 move. Can we just go in there?
Okay, there's nothing much so far.
On move 30, Rook H8.
Get in there. Bishop H2, King H1, and Rook H8. And it looks like a discovery from black would get white in some pretty unpleasant situation. So how did he manage to escape it?
So here Duda plays G6, which looks
G6.
quite impressive move, but let's get back this pawn and let's put the queen on G6. What happens?
You mean if we take?
No. Instead of G6.
Oh. Oh,
Instead of G6, Queen J6
Come on.
was actually a beautiful checkmate. I'm so surprised that Duda has missed it. This is not a guy who misses checkmate in 2 moves.
And it's more than 2.
3 moves.
But 3, yeah. The rook is selling. It's a checkmate.
Yeah, that was a beautiful checkmate. Queen sacrifice could end the game. However, Duda won anyway. G6 looks very tempting move indeed, but Queen G6 is...
It also tells us a little bit about decision making at this point for this top chess players, right? There's no more a blunder check, because if you're doing a disciplined blunder check, Queen G6 is the first move that you have to consider, and so basically it's the first move that catches your attention, and if it looks good, you go for it. That's what you do when you don't have time, and well, G6 won this game just as well, but of course Queen G6 would be a highlight.
Beautiful.
Would be a highlight.
Alex, our viewers right now on YouTube and on Twitch, which they are watching, very often they're asking questions like how to deal with the fact that when they solve puzzles, they are finding these kind of solutions, Queen G6. But when they are playing in the game, it's hard to know when it's the puzzle moment.
Exactly. Nobody tells you, like, stop right here and there is a solution. Because, if, well, my only suggestion is to this. Look at the board, and you got to have this feeling that there might be a solution here. If you don't see anything after 1 minute of staring at the board, start doing a formal procedures, which called blunder check, which means you're checking out all the checks, captures,
and triads.
Right. And one of those moves.
Every day I'm repeating, because we have this on chess.com, daily puzzles, and that's the first sentence that we are telling to everyone who is trying to solve. Check for checks, captures, and the threads. Those are 3 things, guys, 3 magical things that can help you to solve the puzzles and also find the moves. Alex, you know what? In the other side of this area, there is the media place, and there is a big screen where the commentary is shown for the spectators, for the people who are just working here, journalists and so on. And there are a lot of chairs. And one of the people who were just sitting there were Duda and Miton. Kamil Miton, his coach. So I don't know if they saw that moment, but probably we gave a really hard time to do that second time, possibly, that we show that on our screen.
I'm sure Kamil already informed him of opportunity, and I don't know, if somebody would tell me that I missed this checkmate, I would not be upset. I mean,
he won, so if he draw or loses,
no, that's impossible. Yeah, it's like But at this point, it's really, you miss and win. It's a pity, but, well, a win is a win.
Win is a win. We still have some games in progress. Let's try to zoom in the position. I see rook and the bishop endgame. Is that? Oh, no, rook and rook endgame.
Rook and rook?
No.
They're playing that too?
Or rook.
Okay, isn't it forbidden? And the guy takes a move back. That means you can miss this one. Like, what's good?
White has a king and a rook, and black has king and
maybe it's not a rook. Maybe it's something else.
Maybe it's a bishop. Oh, it's a bishop.
Oh, it's a bishop. So rook is trying to catch the bishop. Yeah. Oh, the king is in the wrong corner. It's a winning position. Okay.
Right. Let's check out who is the players.
I probably don't have a game, but white is winning here.
63 board. This is Grandmaster from Azerbaijan, Kadim Bailey Abdullah against Grandmaster from Russia, Ryazantsev Alexander.
If that would be the other way around, the white would win this. I pray the white would win it. But, as every player knows that this is winning. You can tell that he's just like... and he also knows how it's winning. So.
Yeah. So the idea is that Black's king is already in checkmate situation. What you have to do now is to threat checkmate and the bishop at the same time.
No, this one is rook f1.
Rook f1.
Yeah, but,
bishop is threatened and
bishop.
rook h1 is a checkmate threat. Now give a check and then pass a move.
Rook h2. Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, so 50 moves.
Cover the plain money.
All right. So Ryzantsev is asking if there's like 75 moves were played before that.
Very good, actually. This is
Okay.
very good. This is what we should do because
It's
we
a
don't
learning
know.
moment. Yeah, everybody should know that if the game is over and
Yes.
one move before you're resigning, you can
It's not
ask.
rude. It's not. It's legal. You have to do this because you don't know how many games you have played. We were talking about this, and players don't know how many moves that they have played.
This is a good moment to talk about the situation what happened last night. It was in a game of, let me see, who was there?
Waiting
I
for
know
the.
it was Gayem Nagami playing, I forgot who that was. Anyways.
Yeah, that's a very, very interesting
The
story.
Azerbaijani youngster GM, I don't have a name here, okay. Son Gayem Magami played against Grandmaster from Azerbaijan. Not the same guy, I hope, right? And he
That
tried
would
to
be strange.
convert rook and the bishop against the rook. And Ehsan knew about this endgame quite a little bit more, okay? And so he finally managed to create this famous maiden net, this couple and the one move before a checkmate. His opponent claimed the 3 times repetition, and the arbiters came, checked it out. There was no 3 times repetition. They said game is over.
Yeah.
And like the next round pairings was published after that.
Yeah.
And for some reason, only at this moment, somebody flagged or checked this game, and there was more than 75 moves before play.
Which, according to the rules, the game should end in a draw automatically by the arbiter because 70 moves.
Exactly. So,
75 moves is the draw.
so arbiters and the arbiters came to inform Gayem that according to the rules, this game is drawn. So, but the pairings for the next round was made with him having a point, and that's why he got a much stronger player, and he got VD'd of all players,
No,
right?
that's a
And
horrible
he got
thing.
really upset. He said it's like not possible, like either give me a point or give me another opponent.
Right,
But
right.
like so he lost this game pretty much without a fight, and
He lost the half point as well from the other game.
entered.
Yeah, what's the situation here at the playing venue? The arbiter is checking with by the computer the moves, and now she's.
She's just showing him that it's
Showing,
not 75
yes.
moves, right? Or
we have
it is
team
75
of the
moves.
arbiters there, and
What is it? Draw?
handshake.
Is
We're
it
gonna
draw?
see it. Where the king goes? King goes to the
No,
white
okay,
side.
Yeah. Congratulations.
I wonder how many moves they have played. Was it close? Because if you lose the game early and you don't feel that it's move 50, you don't claim for a win, right? If you feel that you have played a lot, that's when you are claiming. So Abdullah
So let's
must be a bit stressed, before he got the answer.
It is. Let's then explain what's the correct procedure should be once you're defending side in a rook versus rook and a bishop. The first thing you do, okay, if there's no arbiter around, you stop the clock and you raise your hand and you invite an arbiter to the table. And when he comes, you saying, please start the count. Okay. And then you continue. It's perfectly legal to stop the clock at any moment if you're calling for the arbiter. And then you're asking to, because if you don't ask to start the count, it automatically goes to 75 moves, right? And when you start the count, is That's 50. Is that correct?
Yes. The thing is that if you here's the procedure. So there is nothing a shame with the fact that you call the arbiter. It's not rude to the opponent. It's very good, in fact, for the arbiter, because maybe there is the attention to the other board and they don't know about it. So you can call the arbiter. You can start count. This doesn't apply same in the classical chess, because in classical chess we are entitled to write moves down, and you can just point which move the last exchange happened. But in Blitz and the Rapid, we don't have any score sheets to write down the moves, and we don't know how many moves we have played. So this is legal to call the arbiter. Arbiter will start to write down on moves. After 75 move is complete, he has to stop the clock and make this game as a draw.
So it is 75. It's not 50.
No, by the arbiter, like only arbiter can interfere when it's 75 moves. If the players are not asking for checking, but if player, one of the side just right now, asks to the arbiter to check if 50 moves has already played, then if 50 moves has already played, the player gets half a point.
Okay.
Yeah. And sometimes, like in the other game, we remember yesterday, they played a lot of moves, and they did not call for the arbiter. So at that point, arbiter should interfere the game. That's the rule so far. What we have in chess. What a game! Let's summarize, because we have seen a lot of things, and let's start with Magnus lost against Artemiev. That was really.
And just when we thought that the tournament is over and 2 more games and we can relax for today, okay?
No tie breaks.
No tie breaks. The things got complicated. And Magnus now in a tie with Artemiev for a top spot in Open Championship. How many runners-up?
There's a I think big number in that case.
All right, let's have an interview with the winner of that game, Vladislav Artemiev.
Yes, let's do it.
And I'll see you soon. Don't go away.
We have Vladislav Artemiev joining us, who just won his round 11 game against none other than Magnus Carlsen. First of all, let me ask you, how are you feeling right now?
It was a big surprise for me, because we have very solid opening, Bogolubov variation. I choose bishop d2 line, probably knight d2 more ambitions, but I wanted to play solid, because I feel that Magnus have a great form now. All was normal. It was drawish position, I think, with absolutely equal. But Magnus find crazy move, knight e4, and after f4, absolutely winning position for white. Of course, I'm glad, but of course I was lucky. Yeah, absolutely, because draw was very logical in this game.
When you saw that move from Magnus, and you and him both obviously realized what happened on the board, sort of, how did you react? What was your initial reaction inside?
Maybe he have emotions that I want only draw, and each move is possible, and he not focused on position, and but still when he go knight e4, probably he spent maybe 20 seconds, I think, so it really big surprise for me, but it's chess, and all is possible, always happens.
Obviously, you're having a great tournament so far, but how satisfied are you with your form?
My opinion is that I have good form, probably, but of course 2 rounds wait us, and I will have very strong opponents, and I know that I can win, I can lose, all is possible. But I will play in chess and watching.
Finally, just how did you prepare for this event? Did you have a sparring partner for Rapid and Blitz, or how did you do it?
If true, I have one event before this tournament. I give a simul in one Russian city, so I have good emotions. Of course, I have some training in Blitz and Rapid with my good friends, grandmasters. Usually it's online. And of course, I very like Kazakhstan, nice country, very good people, fantastic atmosphere.
So you feel welcome and comfortable, and everything is at your pace, so to speak.
Yes, my opinion is that everything is okay. Playing hall, food, hotel, great.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, and good luck in the remaining 2 rounds.
Thank you, you too.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
My name is Anish Giri. I am a top grandmaster from the Netherlands. The lines and the recommendations that I give are well suited for players of all levels. So I really explain a lot of concepts, but also a lot of basic things. Now it's your move. Don't waste any time. Hit that buy button.
Alexander Injic joining us, player from Serbia and probably the tallest player in the world Rapid and Blitz here. You just drew your game with Hikaru Nakamura. It was a wild game. How do you comment?
Yeah, it was a very dramatic game throughout. At first, I think I was having some slight problems and I had to defend very well. And he was trying to outplay me in very tricky manner, I would say, very interesting fashion. And then at some moment it felt like I started outplaying him a little bit. He started drifting, and then I was able to get some chance, and everything was connected with being low on time and then close to being winning at some point for me, for sure. But he was very tenacious in defense, and overall interesting game.
You have 6 out of 10 now, right? And you've had a pretty good tournament. You've played some really strong grandmasters, and you've done it really successfully. You're not one of the favorites. And how does it feel when you're playing at a big event with guys who are the favorites, and obviously you're the underdog?
Well, I don't consider myself sort of an underdog, even though there are many guys who are better rated. I don't see why I should lose to anybody. So long term, I'm trying to just play a good chess and results will come.
And thinking about the atmosphere here, obviously there's a lot of media coverage, a lot of cameras, a lot of people. Does that in any way impact your play or ability to focus?
Well, not really, because so far my performance was not that, let's say, memorable. In a way, it was good, many decent results, but not extraordinary. So I didn't have a chance to think about media, how it impacts. But overall, I'm feeling kind of inspired when I play, because it's very nice playing hall and overall area, seeing all the best players in the world at one place, and it's really enjoyable for me as a spectator as well, not only as a player.
And obviously you're in great company. Just getting back once more to the biggest favorites here. Do you feel extra motivated when playing against someone like Nakamura or Caruana or someone like that?
Well, sort of. I wouldn't say motivation is the word, but more like I think I am a very good chess player, and when facing them, I want to show it, sort of. I mean, it sounds similar, but to me, it makes there is a difference between two things, like motivation and just I feel kind of ready to play with anybody.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and we wish you all the best in the rest of the games. Thank you and good luck. Hikaru Nakamura joining us. You seem to be struggling with draws here. What's your take on the whole tournament so far for you?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I've had some opportunities that I haven't capitalized on. I mean, I think the difference between having a reasonable tournament and just not having a good tournament was yesterday's first round game, which I drew against Predka. I had pretty good winning chances. I mean, as far as this game, I also was probably a little bit better at some point, but it was a tricky position without a lot of time. And I mean, to his credit, my opponent defended very, very well. In a position where I thought it was quite unpleasant. So when you're not playing your best, your opponents are also playing really well. Just sometimes it's not meant to be. But I mean, I think overall, if there's one thing that I haven't been good at, it's sort of not understanding the time. Because I mean, 10 seconds doesn't seem like a lot, but the problem is you can make 3-4 moves very, very quickly, and then you have 40 seconds to think. So I think probably just my time usage and the way that I'm evaluating at certain critical moments just hasn't been the best.
You said sometimes things don't go the way they should, even though you tried your best and you're doing everything best. How do you kind of manage that? How do you keep on going, knowing that you've done everything and it just something won't work? How do you keep your confidence and stability?
Yeah, actually, the thing is, now the game's over, I think at the end I had a chance to maybe win this last game if I'd played this rook h8 move instead of g4. But I mean, at any rate, the thing is, I'm still playing decent chess, and sometimes, you know, the opportunities aren't there. That's how it goes. There always are going to be tournaments like that throughout your career where sometimes you just don't get the results you want. So mainly you just focus on the next game, and hopefully good things will happen.
Obviously, the big elephant in the room is the question with Hans Niemann. Is that on your mind in any way about?
No, not at all. But I have no comment on that.
There's a lot of media attention here for that and many other reasons, obviously, on you. A lot of cameras, a lot of photographers. How does that make you feel? Does that impact your play? Does it disturb you in any way, or how do you feel?
No, not at all. I mean, I think it's pretty normal to have many cameras on games. I mean, in the past world, Rapid and Blitzes, you have many different people with their phones recording the games, putting on YouTube and so forth. So, no, I mean, it doesn't affect me at all. I mean, that's what it is.
Is your mind still on the Rapid, or are you slowly transitioning into thinking on the Blitz?
I mean, now my mind is completely on the Blitz. I think if I'd won this game, there was maybe still a chance. But after this, I mean, yeah, I can win 3 games, maybe get up there. But really, just focus on one game at a time. And, you know, I think if I had the positions I've had in the Rapid and Blitz, I think I would have won at least 2 or 3 more of these games. So I think that's the one upside. But again, you just try to do your best.
Okay, maybe luck will be more fortunate in the Blitz now and things will go better.
Well, I mean, I think as far as luck goes, it's just, you know, it depends on the opponent at the right moment. I mean, there are certain games I did this recap that of my games from yesterday, and I played Savchenko. He's playing c4 every game against everybody. Then against me, he decides to play like something very solid. I don't get any chances. Of course, 2 games later against Fabiano, goes English, gets crushed. That's life. So sometimes it's not meant to be.
Okay, well, hopefully you'll have a good tournament and Blitz. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship 2022, last round for women, and we will know the champion of the world, and we're gonna know in 2 games who will be the champion in the open section. Things are getting so complicated. We cannot even predict how the tournament's gonna take a direction.
Yep, indeed. We got a sole leader before the last round in the women's section, and it may end up for the... Would that be a first title for the host country, for Kazakhstan, in a Rapid and Blitz?
I believe so. It will be the first one. Let's see how
we
it's
might
gonna go.
see the history, in the... we do see history in the making right here, but it would really be a historical event if Dinara Sadwakasova or Jansaya Abdumalik will grab the title here. It's completely... it's a possibility here, so...
Yeah, we're going to cover the women's section very much, as this is the last round. So let's see who is the opponent of Sadwakasova. Do we have the pairings to pull it up? Maybe we can go to the playing venue to check out the players. We really like to spot some of the faces that we know indeed. And let's take a look. Beautiful venue that we have here in Almaty, Kazakhstan. A beautiful tournament indeed. Just a day before of the new year, we're gonna have 4 new world champions in the speed chess. Yep, on the camera now we can see 2 photographers that are doing great shots. They are not only photographers on the event. We have, I think, great team of the photographers who are catching the best memories.
Yes. If all those photographers here can join forces and publish the album of the 2022 Rapid and Blitz, the World Chess Championship, that would be the first book I'll buy in New Year, because the photos are so amazing. Starting with those young kids rooting for Magnus and holding the Magnus poster, over his hand, and players' emotions. Everything is an absolutely chess fairy tale here in Astana, Kazakhstan, in the end of December.
That's right. And how you guys can play in this tournament, if you're wondering right now, who are watching, it is quite tough to get in the open section. You need to have 2550 FIDE rating in standard Rapid or Blitz tournament. That's the one way. If not, then go and try to play national tournament in the Rapid or Blitz segment and win that one. If that also sounds too tough, then you need to have a good connections with FIDE president who nominates 10 players in both categories. If you are not close to that possibility, then hope that your country hosts the World Rapid and Blitz Championship and then nominates you, because the organizer is entitled to nominate 15 players in open section and 10 players in the women's section. So yeah.
All right, so we're going to have pairings here, and there we go. Dinara Sadwakasova is board 1 with black pieces against 14 years old Shri Savita, who was an absolute sensation in this tournament before today, but we see her on board 1 in the last round. It's a fair, again, it's the best the young player could have hoped for before the decisive game.
Alex, what do you think? Is Dinara satisfied with these pairings? Because she's not playing the highest players right now. For instance, Conor Hampi or Tan Jong-gi or the rest of the girls. Shri has the last small rating than the other girls. And another thing is Jansay Abdumalik, to play against your teammate and the person who is the same country.
Yeah,
it's a little bit too tense,
Right. So Dinara should be absolutely delighted at this possibility, because Tan Zhangyi in the monster form right now after beating 3 Russians in candidates and having a great tournament here. and to play her teammate Jansaya Abdulmalik for the title. I mean, well, that would be also uncomfortable situation here. So it's the best possible pairings. However, the opponent is not someone that you take lightly, and Savitas having another. I mean, all the games will be analyzed and dissected. She's a new bright star. We'll see her more at women tournament around the world after this success.
Yeah, right, Alex. We were talking earlier about if this is the first gold medal of the world title for the country from Kazakhstan, and. How about Bibisara, who won last year, actually? But there was, in fact, the Blitz FIDE World Blitz Chess Championship was won by Bibisara Azulbayeva, very, very talented player, local player. She's not having very good time now, and she's having 6 points playing against Olga Giria on the board, 12 in the last round. Not have a chance to play.
That's right. I have to correct myself. Kazakhstan already has a Blitz title, right, from the last year.
Yes.
So it's just going to be the first. It's going to be first a rapid title for if Dinara or Jansaya are going to win this tournament. So.
That's right. Let's take a look now what is happening in the open section and how many players have a very good chance to win the medal. Magnus Carlsen and Artemiev are having 8.5, ensuring first, second places. Alex, then we have...
Board 1, angry Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana. And this is the world rematch of World Championship 2018. And, well, if Fabi would continue to play the last game and not agree to an early draw, and would he still get in Magnus with the same color as the... Ouch.
Oh, Fabi waiting for angry Magnus, who is just arriving.
And there we go. There we go. You can say, well...
oh, he's a little bit upset. He's hiding.
Upset, but you can see the energy just bursting out. You know, it's like... is it?
Right.
What do you think is going to be? E4, D4, or C4?
He's answering
D4
that
with
D4.
Okay.
He was late, in fact. Fabi was waiting for
okay.
some seconds. What a match. Fabiano Caruana with Black Pieces against Magnus Carlsen, who just lost the game against Artemiev. He was the sole leader with 1 point, and now he has to do all the work again, and he has the challenger of him as a world champion a few years ago, once again, on the other side of the board.
Catalan all over again, and bishop b4, bishop d2 is played. Most likely bishop e7. Really? No, a5 line. Okay. Another very popular continuation that's been developed recently. Black's idea is to castle quick and then go c5. This line has a lot of theory lately. Mm-hmm. Black is going to have isolated pawn on d5, but very, very active pieces. So exactly what Fabi is looking at, because well, after all, he needs to win this game if he wants to pass Magnus in the standings.
And this is a good chance to use what will be the best chance to compete against Magnus Carlsen, of course. That's the game after he's lost. Alex, can we go to the women's section and check out what was the opening choice of Dinara, who is having half a point more than the rest of the players?
Absolutely. Okay. Something... There we go. It's the quiet Ruy Lopez with d3, which means white it up for a long middle game away from any forced lines. And A3 is a little bit unusual choice for white. So yes, we want to defend against B5 and knight A5, but C3 is a standard choice. A3 is some new idea. We'll see what's going to be the next couple of moves, because I don't understand right away what is the setup that white is aiming for here. Both girls are super concentrated, and you see Dinara sitting here knows that if she's not losing, then she has it. That's her chance. That's her moment. Okay, for the host country, for no matter what she does in this game, she's already here, and just amazing success for Kazakh chess, for Kazakh Chess Federation, which did an absolutely amazing, fantastic job in a very short period of time when they were awarded this tournament. The usual preparation goes for at least half a year, but usually more than that. They did it in just less than 2 months, and everyone who's playing here just saying, "Oh, wow! It's is that really possible?" So.
That's right. So Dinara is in a very good situation right now. If she wins, this is clear gold.
Yes.
This is a clear. No one can take that.
Absolutely.
No one can take that. But there are other possibilities too. If she loses, then a lot of people can
let's
take
not talk
over.
about it.
We are not talking about that.
Yes.
But if she draws,
yes,
that keeps her still in the possible fight. Because
how many people can catch up?
That's the good question, because in the women's section, only 2 players can play for the final.
Okay.
Only 2 players, and she needs to be in top 2 by her standings.
Do we know her tie breaks? Any idea if her tie breaks are good? We can look at her opponents and how many points they scored. So 5 for Evgenia Ovid, Bayra Kavanova 4, German player Lara Schultz 5, and then Alina Bivol 6.5, another player 6.5, 6, Arn Garechkina 7.5. Okay, let's compare it to someone else. For example, Jansaya.
Or Jansaya, yes.
6, 3.5, 4.5, 5, 6, 6, 7. Looks a little bit better, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's so complicated. So it means that all these 3 results can have 3 different effects for Dinara, and winning this game can be the best result for her.
Yeah, but because her tiebreak looks like if there's a 3-way tie, it seems like her tiebreak will be the worst, and
a little worse than Tanjongi for sure. Because look,
we're not. She's number 1. It's pretty clear that she always played on top boards. What about Humpy? That 4.5. That's comparable. Yeah, that's comparable.
Yeah, and why this matters, because there is a lot on the table. First of all, it's a title, and that's the most important for the chess players, to be the world champion, not to be the runner-up or the medalist. And then
how much Christmas money that title brings?
Well, that's a lot, actually. The winner gets $40,000, and the second place gets $30,000. So that's a lot on the stake, and every points here of tie breaks really matters for everyone. Do we have any more updates in this game, or they stopped at this point?
No, A3, and I can't believe it. Dinara takes her time, or we don't get updates, because it seems, no, we'll see her. She's just sitting there. And
no, it's not her move.
No, okay.
It's not her move. We're not receiving the moves.
We're not receiving the moves, okay, yeah. Okay, well,
Maybe you can refresh to get...
Let me see if I can do that. There we go.
That could be very suspicious if she's sitting there and waiting.
Okay, so let's see what happens after a3 was played, and then g6, very, very logical reaction, knight c3, knight d5, takes b5. And yeah, so safety first, that looks like a Dinara strategy in this game. Also strategically, it looks very pleasant for black, because the bishop on b3 doesn't look like a lot of perspective in the middle games that's going to happen. So I would say the opening went pretty well for black. Sri Savitha opted for the endgame.
Whoa! What is that?
What
Draw
are you doing?
offer.
Like, why? Come on.
Draw offer.
That's really surprising. Like, what is she saying? That she doesn't want to play? Like, what? Or
was it Dinara who offered draw or the opponent offered draw?
no, she does.
Well,
Savitha.
the opponent can't offer a draw because she has to make a move first. I think Dinara did it at some point. She made a move, and after some time, she offered a draw.
Okay, maybe.
Oh, because okay, look at this. We have not seen this. They made more moves. Queen e2 check, queen e7.
Yeah, they exchanged queens. That's what I said. But like, it's just the beginning of the game, and black has like better perspectives. I don't really understand with the worst Burgals. If there's a three-way tie, she's out of a playoff. Why did she do this?
Well, we don't have the final information about this, right? The standings here. We just have some kind of rough predictions.
Okay.
But I believe that she has checked everything, asked the arbiters, because they can provide the exact numbers, and seems like she was okay to agree on a draw.
Okay, well, do you think she just crossed her fingers and hopes that not all games will be a result?
Oh my God! Imagine now she will take, I think, the phone and gonna look at the games of the others, and this is not the best thing.
I would be such a nervous break, waiting for the other results. And
I know, Alex, there was one time when I was waiting for the other games to end. It was, for me, very important Youth World Championship title. In the tournament when I started very badly, lost one game and made a lot of draws, and then won 5 rounds in a way, or 6 rounds in a way, and then I was waiting for the second board to finish, and it was dead draw, close position, and the player that I was competing was Olga Giria, very strong grandmaster from Russia, and she was struggling to win. It was a very close position, and her opponent decided to be the hero of a day and played c4, where her king was castled on the long side. And that moment when I saw c4, it was some kind of light in my eyes because like I knew that moment that I just lost my title because of that move, and it was so bad feeling. Well, let's see how Sadvakasova will feel after the end of the other games. On the screen now we have Connor Humpy and Shansai Abdulmalik. Let's check it out.
Oh, it's a very theoretical Petrov. Okay, that's the pretty good line for black, I would think. However, this particular setup was h4 and queen on a1. I see it for the very first time. So bishop g4 or bishop f5. I'm sure that was the choice for Humpy, and she chose this bishop g4. It's very logical, and I would say black is doing great. And wow, look at this queen on e1. How strategically it placed. I would just wanted to suggest that as soon as a black queen reaches a5. Black position would start looking preferable, but queen on a1 controls a5, so there is no way to bring black pieces to the queen side quickly. So at the moment, Humpy just chooses to slow down the white attack on a king side, which means that initiative is on the white side. King b1 is played. It's going to be very, very interesting battle. And he just, again, look at this concentration. Okay, how about board 3, Tan Junyi versus Nino Tsatsalashvili? What do we get here? Oh, yeah, we should quickly get to that board. That looks like some crazy theoretical mess, and let's start talking about that one. Okay. Which board is that? Yeah, you see it's a board on the left upper corner. There's 2 players, and what's the line again?
Yeah, let's check. Let's check the line, and Tan Junyi is the player who has 7.5 points and very good tie breaks and very good chance to catch up if she scores here a point. And Nino on the other side is a very tough opponent. She's a half point behind. And she knows the situation of Tan Junyi, but for me it's a bit of question why she chose to go in this opening, because she knows the situation of Tan Junyi. Tan Junyi is in must-win situation right now if she wants to win a medal.
Absolutely, no, and that's the only acceptable outcome for Tan Junyi. She already got everything she possibly could have from this year. Okay, just she needs a title of the world rapid champion, and I'm just surprised they playing so extremely fast. Is that really a theoretical position? It looks like it's totally random to me. For example, this move Queen C8. I mean, what never occurred to me that but they're playing fast. It should be the line.
Yeah, they're playing very fast, and seems like this is a preparation.
Is that preparation? Or they're just so nervous they couldn't think?
But this is not the first tournament. They have faced each other. They have played a lot of events like this.
I mean, yeah,
and they're playing very fast.
It's interesting and everything, but is that really a theory? Are they following the game or something? Because no, if you would ask me, the position looks lost for black. Because if I could get my king on h2 and then queen on diagonal, and then to h7, okay, is there a way for black to stop this?
Hard to ask, and I just checked right now in the computer what's the theory here, and theory ends at some point. But back on move 21, black made a crucial mistake when she played bishop to g4 instead of bishop g4. She had to play d takes c4 and play this position, but after bishop g4, this gives Tan Junyi very good chances, and this is the most precise way that she continued.
Yeah, look at this move knight d5. That's the brilliant one that probably been missed by Nino. Yeah, if not for that, the black position looks really acceptable. Look at this bishop on b1, just doing absolutely nothing. But this knight d5 piece sacrifice opened this up, and it immediately becomes a monster. Well, the white queen gets to h7. I don't really see how in the world it could be stopped.
Exactly. Well. We have very interesting situation for us as the commentators, because we have last round in the women's section. But on the other hand, we have the match that we were looking for so much. Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana. Let's check it out how they are doing.
All right. Okay, let's wait for a camera to show us.
Oh, we can actually change.
Oh, we can just go there?
Course, yes.
Oh, whoa. Okay. Not much left on the board, but no, this is a draw. Really, King G2 was the move. Oh, okay. So it's a little trap. If you take on F3 and go Rook to D2, the white has B4. So it has to be takes or maybe not takes. So we need King F8, maybe G5. No, G5 doesn't look good. Something like King F8. And are we looking for 3 against 3 in the a pawn, rook ending. It's a possibility.
It's a possibility, and actually we have missed some part of the game. If Magnus could play something different, or is that maybe the effect of the last lost game that he wants to go a little bit more easy in this one?
So do you think he's still affected by that blunder? That
I think Magnus is one of these supermen that are not really
absolutely.
affected by
We want
this,
to
but-
believe in that Magnus
Yeah.
is above all that.
Yeah,
But,
it's something when you believe in these superheroes and you don't want to believe of anything else.
Hold
But
on
the
a
truth
second.
is
But
other.
what if rook d2 now? You cannot really take on c5 because knight d3. I mean, doesn't it look like a black might size the initiative after rook d2?
I think Fabi will go for that rook to d2, creating a lot of danger on the second rank. F2, b2 pawns are hanging. Knight d3, rook f2,
Rook
and he's
d2 it
going
is.
for
I
it.
mean, suddenly the quiet position is starting. No, I mean it should be a draw after like something like what? Bishop b4, for example, yeah, and then f5. Rook c2 takes, knight c4. No, it's down a pawn. Oh, knight c4, b3 takes on a3, bishop d3. That's not good for white. Okay, well, I would say a little trouble. Okay, let's see if Magnus has to take time right now and find a way to neutralize Fabi's initiative. But it's pretty clear who's got an upper hand here for now. Okay, and while Magnus is thinking, because it's a critical defensive decision right now, the game is on the line. Can we check what's going on in the games of two Russians here? Vladimir Fedoseev.
Absolutely, because Artemiev is another favorite alongside with the Magnus Carlsen. So let's check it out. If he wins this, he's second solid in the tournament.
Exactly. Okay, so Artemiev playing black, and Fedoseev is of course bulletproof with white pieces. And, so draw would be like a pretty good result, especially now. But he doesn't know what's going on in Magnus' game, right? He's just concentrated on his own game. He's not checking out. Maybe he does. Maybe with a corner of his eye, he's just like, okay, well, Magnus is like thinking.
Having a problems to win.
Maybe draw would be enough.
Yes. In some of the events, we have this big screen.
Okay,
Magnus is so upset.
Check this out. Yeah, he's just like, that's
Magnus
the sign of
so
frustration.
upset.
That's the sign of frustration.
Can we please have a close-up video? And Fabi knows about this. Fabi feels like a boss in the game.
Fabi was thinking about standing up and just go for a walk, for a second, but then decided, okay, well, that would be
He's
a
talking to
disrespectful.
himself. Look at him. And this is the moment we don't want to hear what he's talking. What he's saying, probably.
What he's saying now, I mean, any translators from Norwegian?
Someone reads what he's saying. What's the name? Lip read or not? No, how to? What's the term of the this process when you can read by the moves of the lips? Lips reading. Our producer says. Maybe he also heard read something Norwegian. Okay, what was the move, Alex?
He took some. He took the pawn and all right, yes, and.
Knight d3 was a choice of Fabi. He didn't took on f2 actually.
No, he had no chance. So you're gonna take it on the next move because he took the pawn on c5, knight d3, check, king g7. So now he's going to take on f2, and he's going to take on b2. So now Magnus is thinking whether maybe king g1 or No, King G1 is check and 91. That's not possible. Yeah, I don't know. It's not like a black moves were like surprising. So why is he thinking again? Let's stay here for a second. I mean, those emotions are priceless. Okay,
That's
look,
right.
frustrated Magnus, so you don't see it every day.
We thought it was Magnus tournament until the previous game, which was round a 10. And now we can see that he is still not over about his last loss.
Okay, Magnus, pull yourself together. Few good defensive moves, make a draw, and win a playoff. I mean, it's still there. It's still within reach for you.
We don't want to have a short day today. Give us more. Give us longer.
Oh, there's no
day.
rook d1 check. Yeah, okay. Well, I was thinking for a second there is. So.
But Alex, if you take rook f2 now, then bishop e4,
Bishop E4.
might be something that you
Right.
feel unpleasant with. Fabi
So
calculating all the ways.
Fabi is thinking which pawn to take.
b2 or f2.
Or f2, right. f2 is not going anywhere.
Shall we have this game on the screen as well, so we can check out
All right,
the current
yes.
position?
Let's do this. And
So out of these 2 pawns, b2 and f2, Fabi has to make decision which one to take. If he takes on f2, then he has to take with a knight, not with the rook. Alex, which one would be your choice if you were?
I would definitely take on b2. That's no questions about.
Yeah, he's
Like
going for
rook
that.
takes b2. And now Magnus can go for a pawn with rook a8, right? No, he cannot now because rook b1 check and 91. Okay, so the black has 2 threats, taking on f2 and rook b1 check. So Magnus still need to move the bishop. And, oh well, it's not a happy Magnus, no. Bishop d5 probably. Yeah, go for it. Bishop d5. And also bishop d5 nicely protect a pawn, so black cannot attack it. You can take on f2, and I can attack your f7 pawn. Oh. Rook c3. So some kind of down a pawn position, but I don't understand this.
So he's allowing knight f2 to be captured. Maybe he wants to play then bishop d5 and rook f3 to attack the f7 pawn.
Maybe, but why not then bishop d5
Right away.
immediately? Like, why do you need why do you need to force black to take on f2 as a knight? I mean,
I think he was worried about a3 pawn, not to lose that pawn, because then black can have a pass pawn on the a file, and he
Nice.
believes that now he can afford to lose f2 pawn.
okay, so knight takes d5. No, I guess bishop d5 is the idea because I don't see any other point of doing this.
Yeah, there's also bishop g2 to avoid knight h3 check and then to go bishop d5. That's the possibility. But Alex, what happens after bishop d5 and knight h3? Where the white king gonna hide?
You gotta stay in the corner. I mean, you cannot afford to lose another pawn. And so, looks like a big
Yeah.
trouble. It looks
And
like
when
a
you-
big trouble here.
Yeah, when you stay in the corner, then black can be a little bit ambitious, can play some move like, I don't know, like even check g5, g4 and create some kind of threats.
Of course.
While white tries to get f7 pawn back.
Exactly. Just imagine this construction. The black pawn reaches g4 and then it's its mating net. And that's... yeah, but I just simply don't understand what rook c3 is doing. Like, why do you need this move at all? Knight takes f2 would be a black's move anyway. So it just wasted another, make one mistake after another. I mean,
Yes, Magnus Carlsen on the camera, not the happy.
all
not
right,
the best
well,
situation.
we'll let Magnus suffer for a little bit and just let's go to Artemiev game and see. But I suspect it won't change much, and it's like, this is gonna be a long maneuvering game. However, White is having some pressure, and
White is also having very good time situation. 7 minutes against 2 minutes. Artemiev is very fast player, but that's good when your opponent also has the same time on the clock. But here, 5 minutes difference and very nice space advantage on the queen side. It tells me that White is very comfortable and has slightly better position.
Yep. I mean, when you see he's down to like 2 minutes or in the normal middle game position, that means he's uncomfortable with what he got. And takes.
Be pawns off the board. Meanwhile,
one. Okay, let's quickly go to that game. Tanjani beat. We predicted that Nino Tsatsalashvili just misplayed the opening. Was move bishop g4, and position looked absolutely undefendable after this. And it's not a surprise. Tanjani finished in style with a rook sacrifice, but no.
She's catching up Sadukasova. That is the very important point. And if we have another player who catches up these two players, then we're gonna see only two happy people, not more than that.
Only two happy people, and would be like I don't know if Dinara is out of playoff, then her decision is more than questionable.
Right, Alex. Last year, I remember that there was a situation when draw happened in the game, and then the players did not get rights to go to the playoffs because it was only 2 participants who can fight for the first place, and we had 4 players who shared first, 4th places. And there was a lot of question while we were doing commentary why he made a draw. He could fight for more, and turned out that the regulations that was written down that there will be only 2 players tiebreak was not read by the player. I will not name the player because I don't really remember who was it, and I don't want to mislead our viewers.
I would not be surprised. And for example, if that would be me, I would not be offended if he would name the Alex Shabalov did not read the rules of the tournament that he was playing in, because that happened all the time. I mean,
Alex, I read only once in my life when I played chess regulations, and it misled me, and it was wrong regulations, and I lost the game because of that. So,
all right, well,
not the best memories.
So your suggestion that Dinara simply did not read anything and is satisfied with a tie for first?
I can't. I don't know, actually. She seems a person who likes to go with the details, and this is a very important detail for her. I'm sure she went through it. We don't know actually what happened. Maybe our press officer can ask that question to Dinara. But shall we go now back to the game of Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, as we have them still on the camera?
All right, so Magnus Fabi and Rook c5 was played. So the move that we were talking about, like a precise defensive move, was h4. Okay, and now we see what Magnus' idea was with this move h4. Check out this knight on f2. Yes, he can go to h3.
He's dropping the knight.
Yep, the knight is to sort of a caught. Okay. Yeah. Well, white cannot really win it, but black rook should always defend it. So that means when Magnus played rook c5 on the next move, the rook cannot just attack the bishop or move away from the knight. So white will win the pawn on a5. Okay, and that means he's out of trouble. Black can force a draw right now by giving knight h3 and knight f2 back, and probably that's what Fabi is thinking about. The draw will be like a good results for him, but of course he wants more. And
right.
He just needs to find a way to create some chances, and frankly, I don't really see how is it possible, because knight goes away, white takes on a5, and you don't have something right away, then you're risking, to losing this game. Okay.
Right, Fabi's still thinking, looking also on the clock. He has to make decision. He has an extra pawn, but now a5 pawn is hanging. His knight on f2 is trapped.
It's trapped. So, but it's not the last round. He draws here with black pieces. He got white on the last one. He wins that. He might be in a tie. So, this is what Fabi contemplating right now, and let's see what his. He was looking at the clock. I mean, when you see that, he's thinking about taking knight h3. He takes a draw.
Oh, he takes
a draw, and well.
Yeah, he takes a draw.
Maybe not.
Because he spent so much time. He had 5 minutes more time than Magnus Carlsen. If he wants to play more, he will not lose 3 minutes in this position.
Yeah, so he's gonna take a couple minutes, but no, knight h3. They agree to a draw. Yeah, there we go.
Because if he wants to make a draw, then he just donated 3 minutes. What are you talking?
If I'm a journalist on the floor, I wouldn't go to Magnus right now. I mean, I would just let him pass.
He will do like
because he's not. He's not happy. It's just like, what is he saying to you? What he missed exactly? That.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling that he might play something better at some point. But anyway, this is already end. Let's go to the second board. Artemiev is the one who can have a chance to be a sole leader, but he's having a bit difficult time in this position against Fedosiev. Not bad position, actually. It's not something that he has very, very bad position, but unpleasant.
It's just a little worse because the bishops are different. The white bishop is much better, right? Mm-hmm. And other than that, it's pretty equal. And let's see how it goes. And Fedosiev is looking at that point on the wall that all other chess players are looking at. So there must be something there.
Must be some hope there. Well, you know what? I don't like this pawn on a6. In some of, like any kind of endgame, bishop versus bishop, bishop versus knight, or knight versus bishop and knight versus knight, it's just a weakness on a6.
Absolutely. That means black will be there defending this endgame no matter what happens. Okay, it might not be enough for white to win this game, but it's pretty clear who's defending here. And Artemiev, however, I got a feeling that despite the 27 seconds on the clock, Artemiev is not going to lose this game. I mean, it's just
well, $60,000 for the first place. This is just what they are playing for, and also, of course, the title of the world champion. Just too few rounds to go, and we're gonna see. Do you think that we see right now on these top boards, and before, of course, Magnus Carlsen and Fabian Caruana, the world champions, and we might have someone else?
Well, whoever got a chance to join those guys, let me see if there's any exciting name on the next board is
Vincent Keimer. He has 8 points. Vidit also has 8 points, and Dubov has also 8 points.
And Dubov is playing Richard. Can we go to that game actually? Because there's 2 names promising.
Yeah, we can go there and just check out the situation. But keep the eye on this
some
game.
Classic, whatever, with extra pawn for white and rook here. Okay. And then rook to d5, and white is better. White is better, and if Richard Rapport wins, Carlsen got a draw. Yes, that first board that ended on the top board, and Magnus clearly unsatisfied. He underestimated the power of Rook D2. However, at the critical moment, he found like a very precise defense of H4. That was impressive. Move.
Is that Magnus Carlsen in the playing venue?
That's the Magnus. Just checking
let's
out.
see the video. Actually, he's checking the other.
And you can
game.
tell by that reaction, he just like left, so nothing to look at.
Yeah.
Right.
Well. He's curious what is happening in his closest rival. This is. Artemiev, who we have on the screen. Let's focus on this game. This is the most important right now.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Magnus was happy, and that's why he left very fast. Because
okay.
Artemiev's pieces are all of them on the 8th and 7th rank, not
You're
farther.
reading Magnus' emotions better than I do. Okay, because I was thinking he's just bored.
Actually, he has to maybe prepare for the next game. I don't know what is the process, how he's going from round to round, but obviously he's just not drinking coffee for the breaks. He's probably
some energy drink. Do you think? Yeah. Oh no, he had a bottle in his hand.
Yeah.
Just
water.
Okay. All right, the position remains very unpleasant for Black. The only difference between now and a couple of moves ago is that the time situation, like, equalized more or less. And Fedoseev pawn moved to e5, and we see the knight on e8 has no squares to go to. Pawn on a6 is under attack. Well, probably Black's position did not improve from a couple of moves ago.
That's right. Is he going to play bishop b5 to try to trade the bishops?
Absolutely. That's what he does. And now the question is taking on b5, rook takes b5. Do we have some tactics, like maybe
on the back rank? Queen c8 and to...
Queen c8 takes king f8. Doesn't look like it's enough. We're going to be losing a5 pawn without creating serious threats. So,
yeah, that's the problem. And if you play some move like knight d4, you're going to lose the a5 pawn. So bishop e5 seems like a very good choice of Artemiev. Fedoseev made a move, and this is rook a2. He was worried about his a5 pawn because after the bishop trade on d3, queen will lose the control over a5 pawn. So I think now it's time for Artemiev to get his knight also better square, but can he play something like bishop takes bishop and then knight c7 and knight b5?
that's probably what he's going to do, but knight c7, knight d4 with the idea of knight c6. It's another tempo, and then maybe queen d7. That looks equal to me, like, frankly. And he played queen c7.
Queen c7. Attacking on a5 pawn makes a lot of sense. And after knight d4, queen can still take on e5? No, queen cannot take on e5.
Oh, okay.
The knight c6 is a fork.
Takes on a6, but rook b1 and queen takes e5 threaten checkmate. But he quickly plays knight f4. Okay, the white king is in danger now, so knight f6 maybe, like...
15 seconds for black to find out the move here. Knight f6, I love this move, to bring it to g4.
He goes g5, just
G5?
immediately kicking the knight out. Whoa. It was a normal game, and now it's a mess. Okay, well, what should I do? Probably
knight to
knight h5, and like otherwise.
But this knight on h5 looks so trapped.
Queen back to
queen d3. Yeah, okay.
Counterattack the rook for a second. Okay, and rook will go to a1.
I have very weird feelings now for Fedoseev. Maybe he's not getting anything out of this, as knight on f4 is hanging, and rook is also under attack. And if he trades the rooks, then a5 will be hanging. And Alex in that position, if black captures a5 pawn, still game is on.
Well, it's going to be extra pawn for black, and it's 5 versus 4, and knights on the board. That will be very good for black.
That's right. They are playing their moves very fast, and we're not getting them so fast here in our digital board, but we're catching up. The pawn already is captured on a5?
Yes, it's captured on a5. Black is up a pawn without like too much compensation for it, okay? Artemiev might be looking for a win here and to be a sole leader. Okay, wow.
Queen d4, maybe white wants to play knight f6 next move and trade the knights and look for a draw in that position, queen endgame, as black just wishes to have this g5 pawn back on g7.
Okay, so queen c7 was played, and indeed knight f6 would probably force the exchange, and then it's a draw.
I'm surprised that Artemiev didn't play queen to d8, but anyways, Fedosiev plays now f4.
Okay, and now queen e7. I don't know why Fedosiev allowed this to happen. Like, why not queen f6, which would be immediately a draw?
Right, and also the time is now not so promising for Fedosiev as he had before, 5 minutes more. Artemiev captures the pawn on f4.
Well, yeah, that's the moment where white probably... No, he has to take with the g-pawn, yes.
And queen h4 check?
Perpetual? No, maybe?
Is he happy with a draw?
I don't know. We'll find out in a second. Is there a way to continue?
Well, maybe he's okay to make a draw because all the game he was under pressure and he... No, okay. I'm stopping here. King h7, he's playing.
And yeah, I think position is safe. Knight on e8 suddenly controls all the critical squares and stands really well. King gets to g6, and white might be in trouble. Still a pawn down.
White.
G3.
Fedosiev thinking. Goes with a queen b8, attacking the knight on e8.
That's the queen ending down a pawn. King g7. Yes. Uh-oh. Wow. So...
That is totally risk-free situation right now for Artemiev. We have this picture because of the no time on the clock, and Fedosiev had to play very fast and make some decision. We can see how upset he looks. 20 seconds he's having, and he has no pawn. Queen endgame, Alex, for me, something longest endgame,
yes.
Which anyway ends in favor of the person who has extra pawn.
Okay. Yeah, the queen's endings is one of the most complicated games there are, but still it's 3 against 4 on the same side of the board. Very good drawing chances. And but if I believe that in blitz, those guys are pretty equal strength, and Artemiev is younger. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Artemiev is quite young, but I don't know if it's younger or just young. So let me check that. Artemiev has been born in 1998, and Fedosiev has been born in 1995.
Okay. So
okay, yeah, 3 years.
3 years difference between these two. And
I'm older than both of them. I was a bit surprised. Okay.
Right.
Anyways, let's see what's happening.
Fedosiev brings his queen back. Well, it's a very important game for his standings, but
Fedosiev is looking somewhere. I think they have the screen where probably they're looking at the score.
Okay, yeah, that's totally a possibility. But he already knows that Magnus drew, so there's nothing for him to look at here. Well, we might have a women champion by now. But like, let's go back and see what happens. We got a draw in the game of Jansaya Abdulmalik versus Kunera Hampi, which means that we're gonna have a women tiebreak.
Yay.
Between Dinara Sadwakasova and Tan Jong-yi. Okay. Well, another another match for Tan Jong-yi, like in the last month. Okay, it continues. We'll see if she will be able to continue her domination. Okay, on the match format, or Dinara will score, the surprise victory.
I love tie breaks. I love it so much. I think we're going to have some time for preparation, and these players are probably now going through some kind of analysis and openings and getting some the advices from their coach and seconds. So do we have anything interesting, or we're still focusing on the... Okay, this is a playing venue, actually, the whole playing venue, and we can take a maybe closer look if there is anything. Like, I have not spotted any cameras, any screens there. Fabi and Anish Giri.
Is Anish talking about something like very...
Arbiter says, like, just leave the playing venue and talk somewhere
told them,
else.
okay, boys, you got to take it somewhere else. It's not the place.
All right. Our producer says that there are big screens, and now I also spotted out on two sides. On the top, there's white shot we can see, and there is actually chess positions there in the results as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, that's why they were looking to that direction.
Yeah, it looks like a huge rock festival arena with the big screens over there. But those guys are looks like musicians there. Okay, that.
Are you a rock star? rock fan?
Yeah, I'm actually listening to a lot of music, and something like I would say the 20% would be a progressive rock, and the rest is a jazz. Okay, that's something I started listening to pretty late. But surprising thing is that more than half of my music comes from. Can you guess the country that I'm listening to? Yeah.
German rap.
That would be Norway.
Norway, okay.
Norway, yeah. You just...
what is that?
What's going on?
Fidacio is not so sure.
You wanted to put the queen where? Under attack? Like C3 or B2? Oh, A1?
A1. And he had, I think, 14 seconds for that move.
It's hard to win
Convert,
this.
yeah.
So you see that Artemiev shook his head, but however, he's going to try. Yeah, queen. Again, he's unsure of it. That's not a good sign.
And he's spending more time. Oh,
wow. So this might allow queen d1 check, and if queen d1 check, and maybe black king can start getting in. So queen d1, whatever happens,
king f5.
King gets queen h7. That's, he cannot get in.
Queen e4, giving a check, guarding the pawn on e6. King has to go somewhere.
F2.
Alex, I'm thinking after king f2, can I go d4? E takes d4 and then h4 to undermine this center that shelters the king.
You might just have spotted the winning idea. Yeah, but looks great. Except for maybe queen e8 is perpetual. Might be, right? And it's, he defends against this. He gave a check and played queen c6. Okay.
He's avoiding a check. There's no any single check on the board. Fedosiev has to find the better square for the queen, but instead he goes king to f2.
Yeah, defending against d4.
That's right. Queen
c8.
I have this feeling that they are blundering the queens.
Yeah, the white queen is so active. I don't think the black can make a progress here. Oh, what's the time situation? 40 seconds. Oh, 11 seconds for Artemiev. So
And he has to break through somehow with d4 if he wants to play for a win. He goes queen to g8 to avoid check and to guard the pawn on e6. But I don't think it has any ideas here, like damaging ideas here for white. Queen goes to c7. Now black's queen is free to move away as the pawn on e6 is not hanging.
yeah, I got a feeling
Queen
they're
of
just
seven.
making moves right now. I mean, if you couldn't do anything with an active queen, why would you think it's passive queen will do it? So white just has to watch, like, not allow e5 happening. If that's the only thing he has to take care of, and if he does, that's it. Okay, well, let's talk about a little bit about the women tie breaks here. First of all, it's going to happen right away while the open section will be playing the next round.
No. They will take, I think, a little bit more time.
That's what you would think. But we asked the chief arbiter last night, and he said, I mean, why wait? He said, we'll
Why
play
to
it
wait?
right. Yeah, that's what his exact words. He said, we're going to play it right away. So we might be... we might know the winner of women's section before the end of men's next round. So
Okay. So there will be men's last round and the women's.
Yep, along the way they're gonna play playoffs right there.
Really?
Yes.
That's not good for us. We cannot catch. No, Alex, that's impossible. Because
Yeah, you would think.
we want to see the final of the women.
I would not make it up. I mean, that's information comes from a chief arbiter, unless they change their mind. Okay.
Yeah. Wow. That's a bit odd.
Okay, e5 was allowed, and queen f5, queen g6. I see some chances for black right now that the queen is 6 and maybe d4. No, but then okay, queen e4 check. Queen c2. Aha, king has to go back. He cannot go back to f3.
All right, we have confirmation that women's tiebreak and the last round in open section will start at the same time.
That would be pretty tough for us. But,
Yeah.
Queen d2. And is it going to be a draw in this game? Yeah. King g6. Well, Artemiev is taking his chances, and I think that's what he should do, because, that's his his moment. If he pulls out the win here, he's got really, really good chances to win the whole tournament. So and he also the game goes for just 2 results, so he can take a little bit of risk and without getting worried too much. Okay. Queen b2. We at the move 84 right now. Let's see if it goes to 100 moves. This.
Yeah, I think we're very close to that.
I think the longest one was around 140, and it was played in the last round. that queen's ending with a pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, check. Okay, he started repeating. No, not repeating. He took on e5 with the white king is on f3. I'm surprised that he activated the king first, like before. Okay, this is a draw. This is a draw, yeah, now. All right, and Fedoseev just shook his hand and just left. There was no conversation, really.
Yeah, you would not imagine two people from the same country. No. Oh, no.
No, okay, now
They
they're
prove
going
us
to
wrong.
talk away from the camera.
Yeah.
Okay, this
Hiding secrets from us. Well. Do we have anything in progress? We don't have anything in the progress so far, and let's check out the situation. It's so tricky. So Magnus Carlsen and Artemiev, they made draws, which means that they have 9 points. Caruana has 8.5, Fedoseev has 8.5, and we want to know results. Vincent Kmar and Vidit. I think Vincent Kmar won the game against Vidit.
Vincent.
So yeah, Vincent is the third person who is joining.
He did beat Vidit. He got like 3 extra points in the final position. And that's it. So Vincent ties for first? No, he just should be half a point behind.
No. He ties with the first with Carlsen and
Artemiev.
Artemiev, 3 players. And here we have another game. Tanya Sachdev. A lot of our viewers would be happy to see her, as she is well-known chess figure. Let's check it out. Her opponent is FIDE Master Lara Schultz from Germany.
There we go. And Lara is pressing with extra pawn, and that should be winning. That should be objectively winning for white, unless she's blundering some perpetual. Black king is not standing well. The black king should be all the way somewhere to b1 for black to have a chances for perpetual, but it's not going to reach it before a white pawn gets to f7. So objectively position is lost, which, yeah, you can tell that Tanya is not happy here.
Right, she's thinking, and this game can last very long, but as I already said this, it always favors, in like most of the cases, what I have seen, 90% favors in a player who has the extra pawn.
Mm-hmm. King d7. Yeah, black can give a lot of checks, but unfortunately the king on c4, the complicated. Oh! No way! I think she just blundered. Like, oh my god, she just blundered the perpetual. That was
no.
Yes, she did. Now queen h5. Now,
no.
Yeah, the king cannot get away from. This is like a come on, just king d7. No, yeah. That's a very famous construction. You cannot do anything. Suddenly, king on c4 is standing well. Okay, yeah, queen e8. No, Tanya is not let it go. That should be very disappointing for Lara.
We have seen this position already. Okay, and draw over. Tanya being so happy and hiding that she knows she's on camera and she's really, really hiding in happiness. But we know, Tanya, you feel very happy, as not many players can survive in that kind of position and survive to play long game.
How professional she was. She took her time and thinking about what kind of a trick she can pull out, and that was probably the only trick in the position, but it worked for her. And Was that the last one?
I think that was the last one, and now it is the moment of a true. So the tiebreaks in the women's section between with the Sadvakasova Dinara and Tan Zhongyi. And also last round in the open section where we don't have any sole leader. Instead, we have 3 players who can win the title.
Wow, well, yeah, it's a mess indeed, and I think we can predict. Did Magnus play Vincent already?
Yes, Magnus actually won the first game against Vincent today.
That's true.
And then he played against Artemiev, so he can't play these 2 players.
So can Artemiev play Vincent?
Can Artemiev play Vincent? No, he played already against
in round 3. Okay, who'd have
Let's
thought?
go to the playing venue. So they can play against us.
Okay, yeah. So they're all
played
gonna
each
get.
other already.
They're all gonna get a different opponent, and can we try to predict the opening? I mean the pairings.
That's gonna be really tough to predict, as there are like number of the players who scored half a point, and then a lot of players won from the 7th.
Okay.
So, Alex.
Can you go to ranking like?
yeah.
No, yeah. 8 and a, no, it was before the last round, right? Yeah, it's not helpful. Then.
It's not very helpful.
Okay.
So
Yeah, we're not gonna guess it, but we.
we're gonna wait for a bit. 3 players with 9 points, then 4 players with 8.5. But the problem is many of them has already played, because this is very long tournament, and when we have 13th round, 13 rounds, it means that they have already played against each other. So let's see who will be lucky with the pairings in the last round. But definitely Carlsen, Kmar and Artemiev are the ones who has the best chances to win. Is there a chance that Daniel Dubov, Fedosiev, Caruana and Parham could win this?
Any of those players?
Technical chance with 8.5 points.
All right, so let's see. The A9. So the winner is gonna score 9.5, right? So the player was 8. No, 8.5. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Possible.
he wins. And sure.
That is possible. So what a day, Alex! What a day. We still don't know anything, and yeah.
So we can still technically have 7 people who can win it. Okay. Well, those with 9 points, of course, have better chances. So if you're like would place a bet on who's gonna win it, who are you gonna take? Like, how about not 1 but just 2 players?
I would go Vincent Kmar and Vladimir Artemiev, because those are 2 players who has never won a title.
Okay.
And I would always go with the underdogs. Maybe it's not a correct term. Apologies for that, but they are below rated players than Magnus Carlsen.
So Magnus cannot play. Oh, the Magnus is going to play Parham. And Vincent is going to play. He picks up. Oh no, Artemius pick up the 2nd, right? So. All right. So.
Still being here. Okay. Are we taking a break right now, or? Let's take a break right now and then get ready for the tiebreaks, get ready for the last round, and we're gonna actually inform our viewers what we see
before
next.
Before we go though, let's welcome an honored guest in the studio, Grandmaster VRL Bologan, who's gonna share with us another highlight. So we just experienced a little technical problems. Okay.
Are we looking for a Neyman game? No?
No.
No?
All right, it's going to be another 20 seconds.
Right, but let's focus on the last round. Guys, in our chat on YouTube and Twitch, please share your thoughts who's going to win. In the women's section, it will be Sadvakasova or it will be Tan Zhongyi. Go for it. We're going to have a little bit vote. Vote for someone in these two players. And also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the open section. Who will be the winner of the World Rapid Chess Championship 2022? Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer, or Vladislav Artemiev? Please do share that with us because we're curious about it.
Yes, and now we leave the studio to VRL Balagan. Please, welcome. Here we go.
So let's go to the subject. I was impressed by the game played by Maksudoglu against Parham against Duda. Yeah, because it was very deep strategical game with counter sacrifices, exchange sacrifices, ideas, and very good strategical game. So it started with d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, so-called Nimzovich. I used to play this myself, and white decided to go for a very positional knight f3. Duda still trying to attack the center with c5 and d5. Okay, here we can say that there is still way for black to go for bishop c3, bc3 structures, typical Nimzovich structures, but it obviously that after c5, d5, after c5, d5, young Shistov, he was going for some kind of Benoni type of positions, which is much more sharp. So first he played d6, g3. It's a normal move. E d5, c d5. I won't stop much on the opening part. C d5 and short castle for black here. Actually, to be honest, I didn't see much of this type of positions when playing with black, because the idea is that to have this bishop attacking the knight on c3, attacking the center, controlling e4, but there is, of course, a challenge for black what we'll do with this bishop later on. If you give it, then it's to bishop. If you don't give it, then that bishop might be sideish a bit. Bishop g2, rook e8, normal moves for Benoni, but again, the difference is that bishop is not on g7, the bishop is on b4. So here short castle happened, and the move which I like usually playing with black in these positions is the move bishop g4, because it's difficult to find enough squares for black pieces in this position. So it's good to get rid of one of the bishops, and then you can easily continue the development with knight bd7. That's what more or less happened. h3, bishop takes f3, and bishop f3, knight bd7. Again, if you play this in the classical game, of course, white might have enough time to find some strategical deep plans. But in the rapid and blitz, this setup, it's much easier to play with black because all pieces are out and it's clearly strategical ideas for black what to do. Bishop f4, it's a normal natural move. Again, knight e5, bishop g2. We can see that in the long term, white has a clear strategic advantage because it has two pawns in the center, d5 and e2. And potentially bringing e4, f4, e5 looks like a good strategy for white. So black is trying to get use of its pawn advantage on the queen side by advancing a6, b5. Practically, Parham, he ignores it by playing queen c2. Bishop a5, some prophylactical move. Yes, and obviously now b5 it's practically unstoppable. So the strategy starts actually, because we have a situation where black will advance with the pawns on the queen side, and white starts to advance on the It's not typical move, to be honest, but Alex, you know this move from 30 years ago. You were one of the pioneers playing this G4 move. And now everybody is playing this in any position, even on the first move. But the time when you started to play, it was like a big novelty, especially in the middle game positions, opening as well. So H6, it's a normal to protect the position of the knight on F6. Bishop G3. Here we have a kind of piece-pawn coordination. So now the pawns are free to attack the knights. B5. Black is doing according to the plan. So until this moment, we won't have much of comments. It was quite smooth. But you can see that white should be better somehow in this position, because this attack on the king side and the center looks like more dangerous. Knight D1. It's another typical move. We can see that if knight will get to E3, then we will face a problem with black by covering this F5 square. Practically it's impossible. So that's why black himself played knight C4. Yeah, and we see the square on D2, which needs to be taken care of. So that's why the logical answer bishop F4. It's a move back, but again, white is not in a rush here. It has all its time to play later B3 and then to get to the plan. Rook C8. A4. Not sure about this move, because from one hand, yes, it opens the file, but from another hand, it's helping black to create some counterplay on the queen side. So bishop B4 was played. AB, and E4. Okay. Usually when whites play E4, he has to be careful about the square D3, usually in this type of Benoni, in Benko gambit. Usually the knight always penetrates there on D3, the square, in this case knight E5, C4, D3. But we see that it's a bit far from that, so that's why white took this risk to weaken the square. Knight D7, absolutely typical move. For black, I mean, the knight is very flexible on D7, the most flexible position. Yeah, and now for some reasons was played bishop C1. One of the reasons can be, of course, after B3 to control the square A3, so the knight cannot jump there. Even I'm not sure that was the idea of young Krzysztof. And another idea, of course, is to free the way for the F pawn to play F4. Queen F6. Rook A7, it's absolutely natural hand move. I mean, just activate the rook, put some pressure on the knight. Knight CB6. And here white played knight E3. Finally, white achieved the target. The idea was to bring the knight into the play. We remember the knight was before on F3 doing nothing. Now it has much better perspectives here from E3. One of the ideas, obviously, it's knight F5. C4. Knight F5, which is okay, and bishop C5. Actually, here we get into a situation where already some nuances are important, and even the tempo is important, because we see that now we will have this run of pawns. The black pawns will run B5, C3, B3, and the white pawns should run F4, G5, and so on. So from this point of view, every tempo is important. That's why I didn't like the move Rook E5, which happened in the game. I would suggest simply just to go away with the king and to prepare F4, G5. For example, next actually move doesn't matter. I will play F4 and G5. Yeah, this is the main idea. So I will get to the point that after bishop C5, white played Rook A5, B4, and actually before it's something which already creates trouble for black. They didn't realize what exactly type of the trouble. Bishop D2. And practically here is the critical moment of the game. That's exactly what I wanted to show. Here black played Rook A8, but instead he should play Rook E5 with another genius idea in this position to sacrifice the exchange by themselves. I mean, so who first sacrifices the exchange wins the game. Actually, any move, black will play next, rook takes F5, b3, bishop d4, and huge domination. Actually, computer gives an advantage for black here in this position, surprisingly. Instead, he played bishop d2, and he played rook a8. So now the brilliant move. That's exactly what I want to show you. This fantastic move. It's very typical for Parham. It's strategical sacrifice of the exchange. Rook takes c5, dc5, and f4. Now the pawns are running, and actually the game ended in 10 moves from now. Rook a2, e5. He has to give back the piece. F e5, queen e5, bishop c1, c3, queen b3. Rook takes b2, bishop b2, c b2. One more funny moment I want to show you before we finish. Here, queen c3 just lost the game because after knight e7, queen f7, so the game was over. So the best defense was here to play rook e6. White could play here, for example, bishop c6 to some ideas d7, and just a nice line. Actually, I will stop here because here we have brilliant checkmate by force.
This is beautiful. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Beautiful checkmate. Wow.
Yeah. So that's just a checkmate by force.
This
Nice.
is
Bishop
amazing.
g6. Sorry. Yeah. This
Bishop g6 first.
Yeah, first the bishop g6.
Bishop
and
g6, and then rook comes in with checks and check.
Yeah, that was a very nice strategical games. I wish you good luck with the final.
All right. Well,
Thank you so much.
round.
This is why we see Parham on the top table and not Jan Krzysztof. I'm sure he is disappointed. But now we off. Thank you, VRL, and we off for the last round.
We have to rush, Alex. We have to rush because the game's already started. So let's go and take a look at the video where we have final in the open section and we have tiebreaks in the women's section. So that's a bit of task for us to deal with. We have Magnus Carlsen against Parham on the first board. Beautiful game by Parham against Duda. And then we have also another very interesting matchups in the last round where other two players who can fight for the win. Artemiev is facing against Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Kmar is facing against MVL. I don't know who is happy with the pairings here because we have such a big names.
Yes, exactly. I'm sure Magnus is pretty happy. Okay, and his e4 on move 1 demonstrated that, but he also thirsty for a blood here. Parham is also not a stranger to those situations. He answered with c5. We're gonna see a battle where there will be no prisoners. And board 2, Fabiano is going to play all-around game against Vladislav. Artemiev is gonna bring all his experience on the top level just to beat young Russian. Maxim finally made it to the board 3 in the last round. He tried to, of course, he's going to go for a win here against young Vincent Kmar, who has an unbelievable tournament.
Alex, let's click the games just very quickly because basically we're going to cover mostly the tiebreaks of the women's section, but we can very quickly check out what's
the
going
on there. Okay.
Yes.
This is a Fabi D3 on Rui. Not much going on so far, and Maxim. Same thing, D3. So we can
very good. We have time then to go to the women's section tiebreaks. We have already video on the camera, and let's go. So, a Tanjongi with white pieces against Dinara Sadvakasova, which means that Tanjongi had a better tie breaks. That's why she has white pieces. And in the first game, we have 2 games of blitz, 3 + 2.
That's it.
They don't have more time actually. Let's get to the final position right away to check out what is happening. Tanjongi is on a mission to checkmate Black's king. Double the pawn on g file, and Dinara took the what she's taking f5 pawn. Okay, let's have zoom right away on the camera because we're receiving moves a little bit with a delay. I would like to ask our producer to give us a full screen of the board. There we go. Alex, is Black's king
It looks like he's in a little danger because f-file gets open, but on the other hand, if Black manages to bring the bishop from b7 where it does nothing to e6, and then exchange dark square bishop, he will be like completely fine. So let's see if Black will have time to do this. I'm not sure. Rook a to e1, bishop c8, queen somewhere.
How about rook f3, rook h3, and then take the knight on f6 and checkmate, queen h7? How simple that sounds.
Yeah, well...
checkmate in 4 moves.
Yeah, we can. White can try to go for like checkmate in few moves, but bishop from c8 will control h3. Okay. Oh, okay. So she decided to use the power of the bishop on b7, not to bring it to c8, just by playing knight e4. You know what? It might work if... what about knight takes f7?
Knight f7 can be the move here. Tanjongi has 19 seconds. 10 seconds, actually, not 19. She's going for it.
7, bishop takes h4, and now some queen move, like queen e6.
Bishop takes?
Queen e6, and...
queen e6. Knight...
Oh, she goes for a draw. She goes for a draw. I mean, like...
she has actually a few seconds. 2 seconds
but
on
hold
the
on,
board.
what if I'll go king h8? Where's the draw? Oh,
Takes.
Oh, come on.
And draw. That was a winning position for Tanjongi, and the draw that she chose to make was because of the limit on the time.
Wow, that's the first time in this tournament I've seen some show of some nerves from Tanjongi. Okay, she got a winning position, and but look at Dinara, how cool she is. I mean, she probably doesn't even know she was lost. Okay.
Let's go to the... Right, let's go to the men's section right now. We have here this rush situation. The first game is ended in a draw. We're going to have second game here. They will reverse the colors. And meanwhile, we have opportunity to take a look at Carlsen, Max Odlu game. We might also have tie breaks in the open section in 3 ways. And in that kind of tie breaks, in open section, we have different kind of tie breaks in this tournament.
Okay, so we have a Richter Rauser position in Magnus' game, and nothing special going on so far. I think I had position like this with white pieces pretty often, except for maybe rook on b8 still stands a little bit odd. Usually the queen is on c7 instead. Other than that, it's very, very typical. Let's see what's up in the other 2 games. Fabi versus Artemiev. Nothing much changes here. And interesting, b4, knight c6, played in Maxim Vasiliograph versus Vincent Kimmer. Both sides are doing great. Well, we'll see what happens, right? Let's get back to Magnus Carlsen and stay here. He's thinking, what is he thinking about? The standard maneuver in a position like this is queen d2 and knight d4, but he chooses to go knight g3 instead. Well, this is sort of prophylaxis against the possible e5 on the black side, and then because knight gets a very nice square on f5. Also, yep, the white will simply continue the pawn storm with h5 and g5. If needed, the bishop can go back to c1. It's a nice place. Maybe this is the reason why Magnus didn't want to play standard queen d2. He wants his bishop back on c1 and just push g5 and h5. Now Parham played queen c7. That looks a little bit illogical to me. That usually not a good combination of queen c7, rook b8 together. Just one of those moves is making sense as a part of a plan. So, well, bishop c1 is that sort of maybe bishop e3. Okay, let's see what Magnus will choose.
Let's see, and meanwhile, if we have any updates on the women's section, if they
they started already. they didn't.
No, they did not start it. They are setting up, and they will start in 3 minutes. So this is a good time for us to use for the open section. Shall we very quickly take a look at these two games, not to go too deep in the lines, but just to see what is going on?
All right. This is Artemio Fabiano, probably 5-6 moves before anything happens in this game. And how about the board 3, Maxime versus Vincent, knight d5. Everything is very, very standard to this position. Super theoretical. It's happened before. I'm not sure about exact theory in this. What looks logical? Bishop takes on knight d4, something like this. And well, anyway, are there any other games making any impact on the standing?
I think these three are the most
that's obvious,
ones,
right?
yeah.
Because there's the people with 9 points are playing there. But
yeah. If all these games ends in a draw, then other games come into the in the radar. But yeah, definitely those are 3 boards, and we have Vapian Caruana and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave on the top boards in the end, and we were talking about the pairings and how lucky the players can get, and I don't think they feel any lucky if their opponents are those 2 stars of chess. Well, Alex, what we do now, we go back to Magnus Carlsen and Parham game.
There we are. Bishop e3, not bishop c1. Why is that? Maybe bishop c1, queen c5, or queen b6. That's what Magnus didn't want to see. But idea is clear. g5 next, knight kicked out, and h5. Actually, if knight has to go to e8, that would mean that white won a theoretical opening battle. And I don't really see a good way to stop it. We'll see how it goes, but... rook to c8. Yeah, that's an admission of the guilt. Admission that rook b8 was not a...
Ooh.
There we go.
Okay, we won this one.
We're getting back to...
Arbiter start to close, we have d4, d5. Let's focus on the board only with full camera. I think there was a London by Sadvakasova. She chose to play bishop f4, and Tanjongi said, okay, I'm going to copy that and play bishop to f5. London's system is not the most ambitious with white.
Well, but it's super safe and fits the situation. So I'm surprised how quickly Tanjongi took on b1, because this position after, I believe it's queen takes, bishop b4 check, and just king d1. Well, that's the way. I hope she will not take... She took with a rook and king e2.
Oh, king e2?
Yeah, that's another way of doing this, but I don't think it's better than queen takes and king d1. Well...
Alex, I think this c4 was a little bit too
premature.
Early. Yeah.
It's a line. I mean,
it's a line, but I don't believe that Sadvakasova wanted to play in these tie breaks. The game with the king e2. This might be the last one. In case if we have a draw, we're gonna have another game, and they will reverse the colors.
This last move was not that good. Queen a4 and 95, and this. I don't
95, knight is pinned. She's going for that.
Yeah, it's not going to be a good endgame for black. And I probably Tanjongi.
White wants to take the knight on c6 and the bishop on b4. If you guard bishop on b4, then you will lose the pawn on c6. Is there a way that you give up the knight and you play queen d7 and pin the knight?
Absolutely, but then white will take on c4, and it's a bad endgame. Unless you go a5, but then I'll go a3. It doesn't change anything. So that's why I'm saying the bad endgame. That's what we're looking for. D takes c4 was a total very, very surprising move. But
Tanjongi takes a lot of time here, means that she's not comfortable at all in this position. That was not according to her plan. when she was taking the knight on b1, probably she wanted something else to do.
Yeah, let's brace ourselves for possible sensation. Dinara looks very confident, and she played Queen A4, Knight E5 really quick, and this is the moment of truth for a Chinese player. Maybe Knight D5, that's what you have to do, and also run away, like try to, but no, it just doesn't work. I don't know. It's tough, a very tough position for black. Okay.
Right, 1 minute 20 seconds for Tan Zhongyi. She has to make a move because if she drops the time down to seconds, if not position, she will lose on time.
Yeah.
Hard decision for her, and she goes A5.
A5, okay, A3. That doesn't really improve black's position doing that. Okay, to get this, maybe no, not play A3 first. That's
Knight C6. If you take this knight back, Queen C6 wins a pawn very least. But how about Queen D7 now to
that's what she should do. Or maybe she wants to go A3 now. Okay, like that's
also makes a lot of
possible,
sense.
Yes.
A3 we have on the board.
Bishop has to go, and then Queen takes C4. Bishop D6 probably, right? Yeah. And now it's an interesting moment. We take on D6 or we take on C4. Taking on D6, allow pawn takes on C4. That endgame totally acceptable for black. So I guess we should take on C4 then. And why black will have like a very bad pawns on C6 and C7, but white also will have isolated pawn on D4. Still looks very, very pretty for white.
She's going Queen C4.
She goes for it. Black will, well, she
take
has
with the
a
queen
choice.
or take with the pawn? She has to.
She can take a bishop as
bishop
well.
on F4.
Yeah, so it's.
That's kind of bishop F4. Maybe knight will find a very nice square. Knight A5. Oh.
I think by the rhythm of the play, I think they're still in the rapid tournament, right? But it's not a rapid, it's blitz. Come on, girls.
Zhongyi plays bishop
a little
F4.
bit faster.
In the previous game, she was also struggling on the clock. That's why she had to go with a drawish line with perpetual check. And in this game, seems like Sadvakasova is faster player. G3 now. Bishop G2 is a threat, and she is going to attack C6 pawn with the bishop, which creates a lot of danger. But knight is there, and knight is covered, is diagonal.
But after rook H to C1, who's gonna defend the pawn on C6? And
it's gonna
looks
be tough.
And now white pawns are controlling the center very nicely. Strategically, it's a
Knight
loss.
B6 is on the board. Can I? Oh, no, I can't take bishop C6 because the queen on C.
But I think you can take queen takes C6 is just as winning, and take on C6 and take on C7 the next move. Yeah,
there we go. Queen takes C6. 14 seconds for Tan Zhongyi. She takes the
and take
pawn on
another
D4.
one. Just don't think about it. Just go for it. Maybe something like Queen C5 might be even more precise. Okay, let's see. Is Queen C5 just forces Queen trade before we take it on C7? That actually might be a better move.
Queen C3.
C3. Okay.
Queen trade.
Takes. Rook A7. Under a lot of pressure. Yes.
To C1.
And bishop C6.
Stops knight A4 to happen. Black now brings the king. King F8, king E7, king D6. Probably is black's idea. Maybe rook C5. Or activate the king. King E3.
Bishop C6 was
A4.
a little surprising, but okay.
All right, 15 seconds for Dinara to B3.
Okay.
12 seconds. Oh my God. Time is crucial in this portion of the game. Knight D5. She's taking the knight.
White rooks are so much better now.
Maybe rook C6 now to stop this C5.
C6, that's what she does. King goes to D7.
And now king d3, king d4 is something.
Exactly, yeah. King.
Oh, rook c3, that's unexpected.
King has to go forward.
King e3, king d4 is still on the board. She goes king to rook to d1.
Oh, I don't like it. I mean, Dinara is like.
Tanjongi trades the rooks.
And she goes passive. I mean, I don't like what she did.
4 seconds.
And now black will play c5, and
oh my God, make a
black
move.
is better. Black is better now. Oh.
Wow, Tanjongi is getting now the advantage also on the
She feels that she's
board.
okay.
Look at the speed.
C4. No,
C4.
C4 is not there.
It's a,
but
it's
rook
a check
takes b3.
then, yeah.
Rook takes b3.
Rook b3 and then c4.
Here and what? King e4. Yeah, it's not
f5.
Yeah.
No, that's a resignation. That's a resignation.
That's the resignation.
She was faster.
She was faster, and she got like a position that I think was close to winning. And
right, Tanjongi is new world rapid chess champion, and she is just having a brilliant year. First of all, she won the right to play in the finals of the candidate tournament, and that's the road to the world championship match. She wants to become second-time world champion because she already was some years ago, I think 2017, that's when she won the title. And now she's winning another title, FIDE Rapid Chess Champion. And
congratulations to Tanjongi. It's really a nice end of 2022 for her. After like winning everything that was possibly there for a win in women's chess, she also got the title. Going through a very difficult tiebreak, by the way, where she had like 2 positions were like very questionable for her. And
yeah. All right, it's time to move on and switch to the open section because here everything is under huge tension. Magnus Carlsen is now with white pieces playing against Parham. Parham had really good last game. We don't see him on the top boards. Before that, on the platform actually.
Exactly, yeah. It's just thanks to his last round win against Jan Krzysztof Duda. He's there and playing Magnus Carlsen. But I must say the position doesn't look so promising. However, Magnus thinking if he goes directly for h5, maybe there is bishop b5 and but then g6. No, it might be too late already for black. And but Magnus is thinking about should he go h5 or just g6 first and then h5. It's another standard way to open up the files on a king side. But h5, bishop b5. What about bishop takes h7? Would that win on the spot? If that does, then you have to go h5 first. Okay.
That's right. They still have like equal time on the clock, more or less. Shall we see another 2 games? The situation, if we have anything that we can predict the result in the game of Fabian Caruana and Artemiev Vladislav.
Okay, there we go. Fabi and Vladislav. Again, super typical game for Fabi. He got himself like some squares to play with, and you see the knight went to h2 on the last move. That you can predict the route of this knight very easily, and we'll go to g4, e3, and then, well, there are a couple of squares where it can go from there. It's c4, d5, or f5. At the moment, Fabi needs to decide what he's going to do about a5 pawn. Should he really take care of it, or maybe he should try to counterattack f7 and forget about this pawn on a5?
I think he should just use this pawn as a
bait, right?
Fishing pole, is that?
Yeah, that's what you feed into fishes when you want them out.
Alex, I'm thinking, how about knight g4, rook e3, rook g3, and create some pressure on the king side. The light square bishop hits on f7. You might have some kind of sacrifice on h6. Or the other way is to play f4 right away. And I dare you to take this pawn on f4 because you're going to open up my bishop on c3, and then knight g4 will be even stronger. And if you don't react with that, I can play f5 next move, hoping for f6, and you cannot play f6 by yourself because you are pinned by the bishop on c4.
Absolutely, yes. So there's no need to defend on a5 indeed, just simple knight g4. And if queen takes a5, f4 would be critical, because you cannot take this pawn. Knight takes h6 would win on the spot. Well, that's what Fabi is thinking about. I think he chose f4 immediately or knight g4. I think knight g4 is just better.
To bring more peace, because you don't know how good is this move f4.
Wants the queen first. So he's improving on this line. Queen h5 first, and then knight g4.
d5 has been played by Artemiev.
d5 probably has to. Those bishops are intolerable. So d5 takes back. Knight g4, it doesn't look good for Vladislav. Yeah, all white pieces are in the play. And also, I mean, it's such a typical position for Fabi here.
Oh, he feels very comfortable in this position, I'm sure. A lot of tactical motives are now going around. How about the other game? And then
yeah, that's what I said. That's something that Parham couldn't do. He couldn't play bishop b5 after h5 because bishop takes h7, and this is what happened on the board. What is there to calculate right now? You cannot.
Beautiful. I don't know if it's working, but it should be working without much of the calculation, right?
Right. I'm surprised that, but probably I don't know. After h5, black just simply doesn't have a move. Right? Bishop h7 is common anyway. So.
But here is this question. After king takes h7, white needs to make all the moves with it. Not really, because rook h2 guards c2 pawn, and white's king is actually safe because of this rook on the second flank.
Absolutely, yeah. That was a key setup. The rook on h2 protects c2, and the rook participates in the attack and also has some defensive duties. That's the best use of the piece when you're attacking.
Right.
And I think we just have a winner in this game. Magnus.
Alex, I saw Maria Emelianova, the photographer, waiting for the moment to snap the photo of Magnus when he wins. She was out there in the corner, hunting for the perfect photo, and I'm sure we're gonna see that in the end of the day.
Yeah, I hope he caught the moment when Magnus.
Do we have still this video possibility to switch? Because she was hiding so funny in next to the table. Magnus Carlsen knows that he's winning.
He knows he won the game, yeah. And I'm surprised that Parham allowed this to happen.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
No. Let's not move on. We want to see this. We want to see this.
All right. Let's stay with this game, but. No, okay, you cannot take on h7 because g6 and h6, it's the end of it. But king h8, surprisingly, no, not.
Queen f7 then, and queen g8 is a checkmate.
So then king f8 has to be played, whether good or not or bad. But after h6, it's just lost. I mean, oh well.
Magnus cannot wait to see it move. He wants to finish this game. King takes the bishop. G6 check.
It's checkmate. No.
Oi, what is that?
King will go to g6 and he controls g1. So not so fast.
Parham is very brave to make this decision.
Well, maybe that's the only one, because otherwise. All right, Magnus can't believe his eyes. It's not possible.
Queen work. Queen f7. Threatening h takes g6 checkmate.
That's the finish. Yeah. Parham realized that's
g5, h6 is the move.
Yes.
No. There is no way. All black pieces are concentrated on the queen side. This king needs the help of other pieces.
So it has to go g5, h6, and possibly take on c2. But that's only a piece for a queen. I mean, not good.
Yeah, by this win, Magnus Carlsen can secure the tiebreak.
There we go. There's the face of a winner.
Okay, he's back. We missed him two rounds, actually. We missed his impressions. Last 2 rounds. Okay, Parham has to make choice. Not much choices.
Not much of a choice left. And,
What he can do? He can't even complicate the position any further.
G5, H6,
and
that's
resignation. Magnus Carlsen.
Brilliant victory, even though not that complicated. Like I said, I mean, even from my unexperienced eye, the combination of moves Rook B8 and Queen C7 together did not look good, and that's well, in fact, wasn't a good combination.
Right. So Magnus Carlsen, as we said,
so we got
already.
at least one of the players in a tie for the first, and let's move on to the other games. Fabi against Artemiev. Oh well. So let's see. Is that extra pawn? Am I calculating correctly?
I'm checking now. The Fabi is also checking Magnus' game, and Magnus checks not Fabi's game, but Artemiev's game at this point. That is his opponent in the last round. Fabi can't catch him up anymore. So
Fabi cannot catch Magnus?
Can he? Magnus has 10 points and Fabi has 9.
Oh, he got... Okay, so only Artemiev and
can catch
Vincent,
and Vincent.
right? That's
Let's take a look at the Vincent's game. We have
Vincent's
not seen
game.
it for long.
But Fabi looks winning in this one. Okay, and... oops. I thought I clicked on it. F4...
Oh.
It's hard to understand what's going on. Knight d7, bishop a4. F6. Oh no, then you're losing everything. Okay.
E4 has been played
E4,
by black. That's a good move, I think.
I guessed what? G5. Oh, that's a great move because maybe that's the one that Fabi missed. Oh, sorry, Fabi. It's not Maxim missed.
So there's no checkmate on the back rank.
What a great shot! Oh,
brilliant.
Okay, so
Magnus Carlsen is looking at that right now.
I can't believe his eyes. Because he's gonna get an opponent on a tiebreak. Position is strategically winning for black. Black, right? Is he into... 97 is coming.
He walks away.
Walks away, yeah. He knows it's time to start preparing for a tiebreak.
It's time to go back and prepare. That's a good...
what a G5. What a shot, huh?
All right. It's not over yet,
E5, yeah. E5, Maxim goes for it. But the B pawn is extremely strong, and it should not be good for white.
Come on, Vincent. We want to see tie breaks.
All right. Not that easy, I would say. Maybe rook E5, and then king tries to stop the D pawn. Is that the way to go?
Not easy.
There's other ways. The interesting way to go will be like to go rook E8
and give up. Oh, that's interesting. That's very nice. But it's working. Rook A8, rook E3,
rook E3 is not possible because rook A1 and knight G4.
But there's D7, and you have rook to go on B8.
I'll go back and then I'll
show
bring
that
my
on the
king.
board, maybe.
Okay, so rook A8, and if taking a pawn, then it's a check, and king F2, knight G4. Maybe probably here. So D7. Comes back.
Magnus is still in the playing menu.
How is this position, by the way? I'm in rook D8, bishop A4.
B3, king D2.
But now black king can go for the other way, taking the pawn. Should be winning for black, okay? So I don't even have to push.
Is it with D7 pawn in the end?
In the end, yeah, because king will guard the pawn and rook will be free to go around. Just like and so looks good for Vincent. He knows it's a critical moment. Let's see.
Did he play rook a8? Yeah, rook is on a8.
Rook a8, amazing, yeah.
And Will is thinking, he knows that rook e3 leads him into difficulties, but maybe that's the way to do it.
And rook a2 is coming. And if rook a2 is on the board, white is just lost.
So how about h3 here to control g4 square? Or bishop f5? Let's go bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
Yeah.
And you control on g4.
g4,
So
I'm also defending d7
can
square.
I go b3 and b2, rook? Is that
B3.
possible? No, here's the pawn is stopped. Okay. So after bishop f5 is a great move. Yeah. What should black do now? Just defend the pawn, but then d7. Yeah.
What? He's doing it.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
I'm sorry, I spotted
what are we
it
doing
first.
in the studio? What are we doing in the studio? We should be on the floor
We should be there
playing.
on the floor, yeah.
Well.
All right, is Magnus still there? He's still there. He's still there.
Maybe 98, is that? No, then d7 here, knight d6 and takes it. It does not work. Yeah, okay, no. Let's get back.
Interesting how black should play here. 2 minutes to make the decision. Maybe there is still something. Maybe there is the move to play.
Black needs to find a way to activate his knight. That's his problem. The bishop takes all the squares away, and
98.
he played 98. I wonder if he missed that rook can take on e3. d7, rook takes e3.
And maybe knight
and
b6.
king f8, right? And king
Yeah.
f8. And okay, so this is the way. So d7, knight d6. Okay, rook takes e3 and king f8.
All right. And after, yeah.
Okay, so
He's
bishop
doing that.
has to guard c4. He cannot afford to lose this one. So bishop d3, and then I can pick up d7, playing rook d8, and that's a positional advantage for black. Okay.
All right. Where should go this? I think bishop should control b1 square. Maybe bishop c2, bishop d3, bishop b1 possibilities.
Bishop c2, but if you lose in c4 pawn, I'm going to have to connect it passively.
I was thinking about some ideas like bishop c2, bishop a4, but seems like after knight c4, rook is under attack, right? We're not on time. However, after knight c4, maybe I just pass and play rook e1, bishop d3.
He defends it, and immediately...
Magnus
rook
covering our
d8.
camera, but
Wow, okay.
that's fine.
Rook takes d7, rook takes h7, and rook a7, right? White is not entirely out of it. Despite an extra pawn, he's much, much worse after rook a7, and he really needs to defend precisely to save this. And
Right, can we very quickly go to the other game and check out what is happening, come back right away?
and Fabi versus...
Yeah, let's just check out what happens here.
Someone won. Someone just won. So Fabi just checkmated.
Check, yeah.
Just checkmated
So,
Artemiev, and
Artemiev is out
Artemiev
of
is
the
out. Let's get back
competition
to Vincent.
of the tie breaks.
King f2. Vincent has an upper hand in here, but would that be enough?
He has 2 minutes on the clock, good time situation. But is that enough? It's a good question here.
The knight on d6 much better than the bishop on
Yeah.
d3, but h4 right now, right? And of course, black has a draw like at any given moment, but he wants more.
That's right. How about rook h2 here to make sure that this pawn is...
Yeah, that's what he's going to do, and then he probably will have to play f5 to to disconnect like this support for h pawn from the bishop on d3. But
Alex, do you know what I'm thinking? How about knight e8? This looks a bit silly move, but you are cutting rook off the actions and then to push b3, b2. And then the threat is rook g3 and take this bishop by the rook.
That makes a lot of sense too, yeah.
And if this is not happening, you can also bring this knight on f6. But Vincent has another plan. He gives a check.
Okay, king e2. Maybe b3 now.
b3 possible. But if you push this pawn, he can push b3, rook b8 and b2, because you can take this b2. You're going to lose a rook.
Exactly, yes. And that's probably...
And you don't have king f2 to attack the rook?
Right, b3 looks extremely promising. And so b3, h5, b2, rook b8. Okay, let's try to put it on the board. b3, h5.
No, he's not going for that.
He's not going for that?
He plays first rook h3. Maybe this makes a lot of sense to have this rook farther from the king.
Okay, what's the point? h5?
And now to go b3.
Oh, what's the difference?
Not to be so close to white's king.
Yes, and now b3. Okay. We got a little delay here, but we know what the pawn is. So black pawn will be on b2 because rook cannot take it because of rook h2. But both rook on b8 and bishop on d3 will be controlling b1. So will be needed a way to improve our position. And yeah, the black will win the pawn on h5. He will have an extra pawn. And if white cannot take the pawn on b2, then eventually f-pawn will start going forward, and black will have two passers. Looks very promising for Vincent here. Okay, can you show us Magnus if he's still there? Is
Magnus still in the in the cameras?
Yes, is he still following, or he knows what?
It would be good to see his reactions if he's a champion or if he has to go to the tie breaks.
Okay,
you can see him.
So,
he absolutely is gonna stay there and give his fans the emotions. Maybe he is winning. You know, if it's a draw, if this game is a draw, he will be world champion another time, because I see that Caruana won against Artemiev.
Yes, the Caruana checkmated Vladislav Artemiev, who, unfortunately for him, he had two blacks in the last two rounds. The two rounds where he needed desperately to go for a win, and maybe at this point...
7 seconds, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Takes.
He made a move on 1 second.
Rook h2, and now black king comes in. Good, very, very good winning chances for black.
Wow.
Because probably just winning.
It's probably just winning.
It's probably
yes.
just winning for Vincent. Amazing. Here's a Magnus. Here's a Magnus, okay?
Very, very nice situation. Alex, are we going to play king f3, king e3 with black here in this position, or we just push f-pawn right away?
I think we push, and if white king goes there, we just go to
king
d4, but bishop stays on e2. And then f-pawn just goes forward. Our idea is not allowing white king to the king side. So king d4 and then f-pawn just push forward. There we go. King e2. Yeah, but what's your next move after f5?
Bishop seems to be stuck there on d3, and king is now forced to go back on d2.
Yeah. Okay, so king back. So now Vincent is thinking, should he play f3 or not?
Why not?
That's a good
F3,
question. Why
king
not?
d2, f2, king e2, and f1.
Okay, f3, king d2, f2,
King
bishop f1.
bishop f1, and now I can take on c4. If we take bishop c4, king c4, I want to promote the pawn. You have to get king e2, and I take king d5.
You would win it without any problems, but let's see if Vincent can do that.
If he's not doing that, I'm going and asking to play next tournament in the Blitz segment. He will surely see that.
He got 50 seconds to do this, and I'm sure he's just like making sure that
this is working. Yeah. Maybe he has another way too, but it comes with a check, right? So probably he treats these positions in a way.
Yeah,
first
it's hard to imagine that if it is not winning. Yeah. Okay.
Come on, Vincent. Give us a move.
20. What is the alternative to that? What is he thinking about? Maybe king to c3? No.
f3, king to 2, f2.
Bishop f1, and
knight c4.
Knight c4. Go for it. Yeah, there we go.
He's gone. Wait, what is this? King e3.
Hold on.
Oops. Oops. King d5.
Yeah, but this is like. Oh, you cannot.
It's not game over yet. Oh, maybe Vincent. Oh, it's not.
On. So 2 king there. Maybe not.
Is this winning? King e2 is something that...
No, hold on. Instead of taking on c4, he should have been playing knight e4 check.
Right.
No, this is not winning. This is a draw.
This is draw.
But hold on a second. Let's get back. I mean, in this position, if you go knight e4, isn't it just resignable?
King e2.
King e2. Now
you take. But no, king e3 now.
King e3 and take another one.
And bishop g2.
And king e5.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So is this a moment you just let it go? Okay. This looks winning.
King e2 and king c4, right?
Yes.
How
now
about d6?
d6. Oh. Same problem, right?
Whoa.
So it's not winning.
f3 was not correct move?
Looks like we're going to have a champion.
Looks like
All right. Yeah, okay.
Knight
was
d5.
not that simple. So I'm sure it looked absolutely winning, but...
King e2 is something that's was absolutely no.
That's
Vincent.
the end of it, and congratulations to Magnus Carlsen.
This is his how many titles? Oh my God!
2022 Rapid World Champion.
Can we have Magnus Carlsen on camera, please?
Can we have Magnus?
He ran away.
He ran away. Okay. Yeah.
He does what
he probably wants
he
to know where his
more.
cup is. Yeah, the World Cup is, and he wants to see it.
Yes. So Magnus Carlsen, this is his third title. He has won Rapid Chess Championship before in 2015 and 2019. And Magnus on a run. Let's just focus on the video. So many people are following.
He swarmed with a crowd. You can see that everybody is after Magnus.
Do we have our cameraman?
He made it out on the street. Yeah, that's what. Come on, guys, give us a little bit of a discussion because it looks like some winning. Was it like somewhere around here?
So, do we have camera following Carlsen? Okay, he's given an interview. Can we maybe have him on the camera still while he's giving an interview? We want to see champion.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna try that. But anyway, let's try if there was winning possibility.
Let's think about it.
I'll do a shortcut, Alex, for us and check in the computer.
Yeah,
F3 was a good move.
F3 was good.
Yeah.
D2 was.
Another game is still in progress, but shall we take our Okay.
Jan Christoph with the situation. No, white should be winning here. G5 or king f2. Okay, f3.
Okay. So.
Just something like knight, maybe.
This is very confusing, to be honest.
Knight
F2
f7.
is a mistake there.
Okay.
Computer says go for knight e8, then go for knight d6, then go for knight f7. So computer is not so sure, but it gives us the opportunity knight f7,
Yes.
and then when bishop pass, knight g5. So you stop the pawn in that way.
Oh, okay. Right.
Then
So
bishop
d6.
goes
Bishop
d3.
goes back, yes.
I had to say that, but then knight goes back on f7. So after
Computer's
bishop-
not sure as well, right?
Then the suggestion.
Maybe it is a draw.
Maybe it's a draw.
It looks so close. So we just need some.
Okay, another idea here is that after knight f7 and bishop f1, computer tries to go king e4.
Oh. Okay. So knight f7.
Yes. And now king e4. Bishop
And what's
d3
the
and
idea?
king f4.
F4.
Yes.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yes.
And then... And the moment king gets on g3, white plays king to e3. So
Okay,
not
bishop
so
f1
clear.
back.
Bishop back. And yeah, so difficult. So that's why actually it ended in a draw.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure this endgame will be analyzed. And,
Yeah, maybe our viewers can
and you
give
can
us some.
give us some definite conclusion of like whether indeed it is winning or it was just a genuine defense by Vasilia Graf and it was drawn all the way because
Right.
we can't figure it out right now without like help. I'm sure there's all kinds of 95s. King g3's f2 looks interesting, but yeah, well.
Yeah. Well. Let's now see what's going on. Duda Tabatabai is in progress, but we already know who are the champions of the Rapid World Chess Championship 2022. But this game can be important for the final standings because the prize fund is $1 million overall, and yeah, you need to win to get as much as possible.
And yep, Jan Christoph Duda is a piece up, and people like right now just making moves. And I'm sure Amin will resign a couple moves from now.
Right.
Let's wait for this moment. Yeah, it's the same expression. Remember when he blundered to fit a safe at the World Cup? It was exactly the same.
Yes, so...
yeah, that's not much.
All right, so yeah, we are so close through end the day, and Tabatabai resigned. He seems not happy after losing this. So Duda gonna get some nice.
Oh, the still games are going on.
Nice.
So until it finished, we cannot get you a final standings. It's Yesipenko plays Sargsyan on this game. And what do we have? Should be winning for Andrei Yesipenko. Maybe some technical problems, but yeah, the black doesn't have enough compensation here.
Right. To speak about the world champions in women's section and the open section for the last 10 years, we have these standings. To 2012 12, Antoaneta Stefanova won the tournament in Batumi. Then it was Katerina Lachner who got the title next year in Khanty-Mansinsk. Then we had Anna Muzichuk in Doha 2016, and Zhu Wenjun won two tournaments right away in 2017 and 2018. And then we had Conor Hampi winning the tournament in Moscow 2019. And Alexandra Kostyuk won last year in Warsaw. And this year's champion is Tan Zhongyi.
Congratulations to both champions. Well, you saw how exciting it was. It's the most exciting tournament of the year, and it totally lived to expectations. A lot of amazing games. That Dubov victory over Anish Giri alone worth of the tournament. It's just it's such a masterpiece. And,
I said that Magnus got this title for third time. In fact, he won 3 times already, and this is his fourth title.
Fourth title, okay. So
his fourth title, and he's the record holder indeed in this segment for the last 10 years. The first year he won in 2014, then 15, then 19, and this is 2022. That he's winning another title. Another year, the same title.
That's just an amazing achievement. Magnus promised that when he said that he doesn't want to play another, a next World Championship, that he's going to concentrate on all other tournaments, and he true to his word. Okay, he's keeping his word. He's having fun. He's playing brilliant chess, and how about this recovery after blundering the knight to Artemiev?
So he's a superhero. It's proved. He's proved.
Absolutely, yeah. It did not affect him a single bit. It just did what he's supposed to do, and amazing. Again, congratulations.
That's right. So there was one tournament when he won both titles, Rapid and Blitz also. That was in Moscow 2019. And on the platform he was holding 2 cups, and he had a face like he was calculating some variation in some opening, thinking of something. So there was a very nice moment of Carlsen. Alex, what do you think? Is he going to repeat this, that he will get both of the medals, gold medals?
He's determined to do this, but I guess it's going to be much, much harder, of course. Also, the Magnus could be a little bit tired because it was nervous, affair. This loss to Artemiev actually proved that he's a superhero, but he's not really but he's still a human, right?
Our chat actually says that computer sees some ghosts in the game of Vincent Kmart. So it says that it's winning, but then it gives not us the precise plan how to do it. So maybe it was not
maybe
so
it was
easy.
winning. Yes, okay. Yeah. Let's check out how the other notable players have finished, because looks like Yesipenko is not in a rush to finish this game. He just plays the random moves and just making sure there's no tricks, and it could continue for a while. Okay, finally h5, and I think there's no defense against Queen g6 check, and this game will be over. Okay, well, just take it, and Queen g4, resign. Take on f5. Oh, that's also possible. That
Going for a 5 pawn, or just waiting for a bit, maybe to move the king.
Just Queen g6 and followed by h6. Yeah. Give a check and h6, and then he's taking on f3. That's very, very tricky. Okay. Shant is a very well-known, the rapid specialist, and now takes on f5. Right?
Is this the last game of the tournament? Do you have any other games?
Yeah, I don't see any on my screen, so
Probably
it
it's the
very
last
well
one.
could be the last one. Oh no,
Oh,
there we
no.
go. As soon as I said that,
Board
our
16.
cameraman, proved me wrong.
So this is two Kazakhstan players facing each other on the board 16, and it
All
was
right. Yes.
draw.
They didn't want to.
Here's the go back to a Sipenko game. And here we are. Well, what's going on? Is there any...
Let's see. How many points did Hans Niemann finish the game? Finish the tournament?
Not so much. Actually, we do have a time now. 6 points out of 13.
Oh, look at his finish. 0-0-0. And did he lose the last one?
No, I don't see the result yet.
If he finished on... we don't know how he finished.
Yeah. Actually, there was very nice game in the round 12. Can we pull up that on our board? Because he lost in 12 moves.
Oh, no.
And we have a resignation here. Esipenko wins the game. If we can find that game of Hans Niemann, the previous round.
And previous round, I might not have it here. Yeah, I think an updated screen and it's gone. Okay, what about defending champion Norbek Abdusatorov? What's the
Abdusatorov, how he ended the tournament? That's also interesting. So at this point, Norbek was playing against Mamedyrov Rauf with 8 points, and I don't see the result.
The result is draw.
Draw.
So 8.5.
All right. So we're going to have the final standings very soon in the open section. And we already have the final standings in the women's section. So the winner is Tan Zhongyi, Grandmaster from China. She's having an amazing year and she wins all possible tournaments. Then we have Dinara Sadvakasova, who also has the same points as Tan Zhongyi, but she lost the match in the tie breaks. And then we have Savita Sri.
Oh, wow. We got the 14 years old getting a medal in the women's section. The bright future ahead of a young girl. Congratulations. Might be a break.
Amazing. How much she... Oh, she got $20,000. Oh,
not
wow.
too shabby. Yeah, it's like
very
nice.
Cool. Very nice. $20,000 for Savita Sri. Then we have Alexandra Garechkina. Guys, you can see... What is this? The standings.
This
I thought it was pairings. And it's like, no way we're going to have another
And the
round.
prizes are not...
prizes are shared.
Are shared. Okay.
Yes.
So...
Prizes are shared, which means that Savita, Garechkina, Abdul Malik, and Connor will
But not the first place, right?
No, the first place was clearly first for Tan Zhongyi.
Oh. No,
I
it
believe.
was a playoff.
So
it can't.
Oh God, I have to go against with this regulation. No. First place is not tied.
Yeah. So, but then we got they split the money from third to sixth.
And another big split will be next places: Bivolalina, Bella Hotanashvili, Alexandra Kostyuniuk, and Daria Charokina. I think we have another superhero as a producer who knows everything. So, Alex, we have top 15 places. So let's read it out, all of it, who got the prizes. Then Nina Baseshvili, Elena Danelian, Gong Hyo-ken, and Gunina Valentina, Garifula Laya also get
okay, now it's
the
my turn.
prizes.
Hold on, it's my turn. It's Turmunk, Mungzul. Okay. And then it goes Gulnar Mamadova, Alexandra Malsevskaya, Antoinetta Stefanova, Nana Zagnidze, Polina Shuvalova, and Mary Arabidze. And the last one, the local player, right? Alor Nurmanova is...
Those are the players who will get the prizes. And the prizes are shared in the women's section. The total prize fund is $150,000 in just one tournament, and this is the Rapid. And tomorrow will be another day and another tournament and another prize fund. Do we have the finals in the open section?
There we go. Clear first. Magnus Carlsen again. For the fourth time.
And again and again.
Amazing tournament for the young German Vincent Kimmer. Great, came so close beating Maxim Vasilograf in the last round. Would have been very exciting tiebreak, but not this time. Okay, Fabi came third. I would say a success. Okay, even though you might not think this way. And then we got a tie from 4 all the way to 8, the usual suspects. Daniel Dubov, Arjun Erigaisi, Vladimir Fedoseev, Vladislav Artemiev, and Richard Rapport made it back to on the standing. And then 8.5 points comes from 9th place all the way to 22nd. Do you want to read everyone?
I would like to, but here's the thing: that all these players on the screen, which we see, gonna get the prizes. Some of them will get maybe not that much, but still, it's a prize fund, and also another 5 places is also something that the player's gonna get awarded. So in total, 35. Places we have here as the winners, and it's also tied down to 40. So this is going to be split pretty much in half. The total prize fund is $350 in the open section, in the rapid segment, where the winner gets $60,000, and that's Magnus Carlsen. And second place, Vincent, actually is awarded by $50,000, which is not so bad at all.
Oh, not bad at all. Yes, I'm looking at the other notable results, and I see Hikaru Nakamura on 44th place. I'm sure he will be disappointed, but then we can see him coming back with the huge revenge mood for Blitz tournament.
What a day! We could not expected anything else.
That's I don't know. This final day of the Rapid tournament exceeded your expectation, or that exactly what you thought it would be?
That was not exactly what I would thought, because I would not thought that Magnus would lose the game and we could have such a complications. I really did not thought of that, and I was not sure about the tiebreaks in the women's section. So that was a nice surprises. I would be more happy to see another tiebreaks between Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Kimmer. One more game.
I completely agree. Yeah. If I would have some predictions before today, I would say the tie break in open section and clear first in the girls section. But
that's the final result actually.
Wrong.
And the players who are strongest, who are luckiest, are winning the best. And we have 2 names, Magnus Carlsen and Tan Zhongyi, the new world champions in Rapid. Long day for us. We need also to rest and recover for tomorrow's Blitz day, because it's going to be a very long day for everyone.
The Blitz will be much more intense, and for us and for you, the audience, because, the tempo, it's going to be 3 times faster than what we had today, right?
Yeah, can you imagine?
Oh.
So, guys, we're inviting you to come back tomorrow at the same time, same place, YouTube and also Twitch. Thank you very much for watching us and being so engaged in the comments. We hope that you are happy with the final result and it did not disappointed you. So I think it's now time to say goodbye, but we're gonna see each other tomorrow for the FIDE World Blitz Chess Championship.
I hope to see everyone's back tomorrow, exactly the same time, and excitement is going to be there. I guarantee you that. And for now, just goodbye.
Goodbye.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Welcome to 100 Endgames You Must Know. Over 200 mini videos that our Chessable team edited together, synced with our move trainer, and made it a seamless learning experience. So thanks for watching, happy studying, and enjoy the material.
Ancestors saved and preserved the vast expanses of their native land, from Altai to Ataro, thanks not only to the spearheads and brave spirit, but also to the ability of strategic thinking. In the age of the larger political games and in times of wars, step strategy decided the future of the nation and contributed to the strengthening of borders. Every step taken was another of the common obstacles on the way to a brighter future. Every decision made changed the trajectory of life. This is a game. This is a strategy. The light and dark side of life. This is history. Friendship and rivalry. This is an emotion.